Sunumu İngilizce mi yapacağız Osman Bey?
Evet, İngilizce olacak.
Tamam.
Hı hı. Yes, it's started now. Then we can start now. I want to say hello to everyone, that's speakers and watchers. I'm Oğuzhan Kınak from TESPAM. We have some uh, perfect speakers from their topic. Our first speaker gonna be Mr. Professor Dr. Ergin Bay Uğurlu from İstanbul Aydın University. Mr. Uğurlu, if you're ready, you can start the conversation and we can go.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you
Thank you to you.
for this conference. Presenters, participants, and everyone who tried to make this conference. And thank you for inviting me. Today, I would like to COP28 and COP27. What's next? What was COP27? I have one presentation about it. I'm sharing now. Now I think you can see my presentation.
Yes, yes, we can see it now.
Okay. This is I copied this from the flyer of this conference. If you remember, you used
Yeah.
this. Very good. Then my presentation is from COP27 to COP28 key outcomes. At first, I would like to talk about the history of COP. Yani everyone knows about it, but maybe some listeners don't know. And also, we have to make some introductory information. We know that COP is the Conference of the Parties, is a United Nations climate change conference. It's a global event where leaders from countries across the world come together and then discuss about the climate change. Then we know climate change started in 1994, these conferences. Then it is dates back to Paris conference, and also we know that Brundtland report about climate change. After this report, the concerns about climate change started for the governments and all the people. We are concerned about it. Then, what is the focus of the COP? I would like to talk about. The focus of the COP is to discuss Paris Agreement, I said before. In the Paris Agreement, 196 countries made one agreement in 2015. Then this agreement about the reduced greenhouse gas production, keep global temperature rise below 2 Celsius, review progress of 5 years, every 5 years, spend $100 billion to help poor countries. United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, which aims to prevent dangerous human interference with the climate system. The COP of the UNFCCC is also known as the UN Climate Change Conference. Sometimes instead of COP, you can read somewhere they wrote that United Climate Change Conference as a COP. But COP is very short, and we use it since 1995. Then what is the COP28? 28 is the last COP. Then 1 week before, not 1 week, and several days ago, it was finished. Conference of the Parties, UNFCCC. It took place in Dubai, November 30 to December 13. But uh, it was finished December 13, but the plan is finishing December 12. But it takes more than 1 day overrun. Then what is the aim? COP28 aim to build on the outcomes of the COP27 and more. Then I would like to talk about and show what is the steps. When did it start? Where did it start? Then what we had. You can see COP1 1995 in Berlin, Germany, COP2 1996 Geneva, Switzerland, then Japan, Argentina, Germany, Netherlands, Germany, then after this Italy, Argentina, Kenya. You can see many different countries, many different regions, many different continents. We had a conference of parties. Qatar, Poland. At last, COP27 in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh. My aim is to show you what is the key outcomes of the COP27, what was the decisions, what was the outcomes, agreements, then what was the agreements in COP28, then what will be the next. At first, I would like to talk about the main takeaways in COP27, which was held in Egypt. The COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh ended after 29-hour prolongation, like COP28, one day more finished. It was finished more than 39-hour prolongation. Then it was finished 20 November 2022. Then implementation of this scope about ensuring countries turn objectives into action. What are the actions? What are their decisions? First, establishing dedicated fund for loss and damage. Second, maintaining clear intention to keep 1.5 Celsius within reach. Then holding business and institutions to account, mobilizing more financial support for developing countries, making the pivot toward implementation. Then I want to focus one by one. Then I want to give some information about these 5 takeaways. First takeaway is the establishing dedicated fund for loss and damage. Following 2 weeks of intense negotiations that all fell apart, nations eventually came to agreement to set up financial agreements. Also in COP28 or other COPs, they have this kind of agreements. In this agreement in COP27, it is included a specific fund for losses and damages. This was significant advancement on subject that United Nations climate talks had long ignored. The loss and damage fund can supplement a larger mosaic of solutions, offer lifelines for impoverished families. Then they had this agreement. They reached consensus to establish funding arrangements for this kind of loss and damage. Second thing is the maintaining clear intention to keep 1 Celsius, 1.5 Celsius. We know that when this climate change or environmental conservation concern starts, this is the main topic. the world's critical decade for climate action. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says limiting warming to around 1.5 Celsius requires global greenhouse emissions to peak before 2025. It was a very well-known topic. We have climate change problem. Then in Conference of Parties 27 continues to talk about this. The aim before 25 peak, the emission will be reduced by 43% before 2030. That's 7 short years from now. 7 years later, the world has to reach this target. But however, the world is currently, of course, to keep 1.5 Celsius within reach. Then some reports shows that the world on track on 2.5 Celsius warmer. It looks like we cannot reach these targets, but the countries try to reach it. Third one, holding business and institutions to account. COP27 sent strong message to business and institutions, urging them to take responsibility for their environmental impact, emphasis of the accountability, transparency, sustainable practice signifies a paradigm shift towards a more environmental conscious. Last one, not last one, sorry. Fourth one and fifth is the last one. Fourth one, mobilizing more financial support for developing countries. You know that always we need money. We need financial support to mitigate climate change. Then less developed countries do this very hard. That's why many developing countries also express dissatisfaction with the way finance is being provided, including a large percentage coming as loans. The need reform the broader public financial system, including multilateral development banks. Then the countries, rich countries, have a decision. They welcome the recent pledge made to the adaptation fund. Then it is around $211.58 million. The least developed countries fund, its second fund, it's totally approximately $71 million. Then one more fund, Special Climate Change Fund, it's approximately $35 million. These are the decisions about the financial support in COP27. Last one, but these are the main last one. There will be more decisions. Then also in some books, in some reports, there was a 10 main KT takeaways. But if we want to make it less, we can say there was a 5 main takeaways. Okay, I think I have 4 minutes. Last one, making pivot toward implementation. Then what is this? The word is critical decade for the climate action. Then to have this climate change report shows that they need to support this implementation. The emphasis on the implementation marks significant shift paradigm. I passed this because I have small time. Then COP27. You can see the family photo of the COP27. COP27 was 28th annual United Nations Climate Change meeting. It was the last. Then it was finished 13th December, but it's overrun. The plan is finished 20 December. Then it was in United Arab Emirates, Dubai. There is some consensus, some decisions. At first, what are the consensus of United Arab Emirates? At first, global stockage. First annual GST dialogue to be convened to at the next meeting in June in another meeting. Then, what is the aim? GST outcome to inform their next NDC. Then they will arrange the roadmap to mission 1.5 Celsius. Second, Emirates Framework for Global Climate Change Resilience. The Emirates has a work program to further strengthen. Then their kickoff will be in 2024. Third one, Just Transition Work Program. At least 2 dialogues to be convened before COP29 in a hybrid format to ensure inclusive, and countries to provide further written evidence to inputs for the work program for March 2024. Then mitigation work program, they aim to make 2 global dialogues before 2024 COP29. Last one, President's Youth Climate Champion. They want to put more effort from the youth using youth climate change champions after the role of COP28 than before COP29. What are the main outcomes? Yeah, not only United Arab Emirates, the other parties. At first, they aim to tripling world's renewable energy before 2030. Then it's endorsed by 116 parties. Second, they aim to receive pledges 792 million from governments. Then it is endorsed with many of the parties. Last one on December 2, by 50 oil companies to achieve zero methane emission from their operations by 2030. This major issue was the major issue because one of the commitments announced in Dubai, they want to put companies in this effort because companies don't, yeah, not all companies, but it's not widely used. And many companies don't interfere in these situations, these programs, but they want to force them to add them to these programs. Another outcomes, 134 countries signed Declaration of Pledge to tackle climate change impacts of the food industry because it's very important. 70% of the food consumed and 76% of the emission produced by the global food system. And global food system consumed majority of the emission. That's why there will be some prevention in the food industry. Then 134 countries signed this declaration. Also, United Kingdom, France, and Netherlands, and United States, Canada, and Japan were among 22 countries signed the declaration calling for a tripling of nuclear power generation. Why nuclear power generation? Because they reduced dependence on oil and gas, and they start to use nuclear power instead of this kind of energy. 60 countries sign up new commitment to reduce cooling sector. 35 countries agreed on 6 December to mutually recognize their clean hydrogen certificate schemes. Then Sultan Al Jaber, president of the COP28, to recognize the need to move away from fossil fuels. Then this is one of the summary from the COP28 out PDF format file about the outcomes. You can see 6.8 energy for energy 6.8 billion commitments, finance 61 billion commitments, livelihood approximately 9 million commitments. Then you can see all of them. There is totally there is 85 billion commitments for actions builds whole. Then action rules of declarations and pledges, you can see some of, yani we can see generally approximately 100 countries endorsed many commitments. COP28 United Arab Emirates Declaration on Climate Finance endorsed by only 13 countries, but rest of them endorsed by many of the countries. Because time is, I exceed my time. I don't want to talk about it. I pass this. Last thing, fixing climate change, focus on people lives, underpinning everything with full inclusivity, fast-tracking a just, orderly, and equitable energy transition. These are the other outcomes. Last one, what is the next? Always, yeah, if we have a COP28, COP26, always we have some outcomes, then some plans for next. What is the next for the COP28? Strong target must be now included in each nation's upcoming round of NDC, which is due to 2025. Is significantly more money is raised for developing nations to add in the energy institutions. It will be another crucial test. About loss and damage, there will be some funds, policies, then fund policies also are appropriate for their intended use, sensitive to demands, and capable of mobilizing large amounts of resource. At last, in order to discuss components of the new collective qualitative goal, including sums of the global should aim for, its schedule, what it will be found, how progress will be measured, and more. These topics will be talked in COP29. Also, in order to make it to COP29, all nations must now include food and food system in their upcoming round of national climate change plans. Then we can see what one main difference in 28 food, you can see food systems is very important because food systems makes emission. The last one, countries now have opportunity to incorporate ambitious action to methane into their next NDCs in 2025. Then finally, it will also be critical to ensure that funding is getting to right people on the ground. Thank you for your attention. It must be 15 minutes, but sorry, I think 3 minutes more. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your speeches, Mr. Ergin Bay.
And also, sorry, I will close for 3 or 5 minutes, then I will come back. Thank you.
It's not a problem. Now I want to give the word to the Mr. Serhat Suya Bey. Serhat Suya, Mr. Serhat Suya. He's also from TESPAM.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Oğuzhan Bey. I hope you can hear me. So my name is Süha Çubukçuoğlu. I'm a senior fellow in strategic studies at Trend Research and Advisory in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, and I'm also a member of the TESPAM community. So pleased to be back here with you. Thanks for the invitation, Oğuzhan Bey, and to Mr. Oğuzhan Akgener as well for his cordial invitation and for the organization. I think Professor Erginbay covered a lot of ground, so that leaves me with very little to say. But I just want to, summarize my observation from, having been on the ground in the UAE during the COP28 in Dubai. Um, what I've seen. So this was my first COP28 experience. I live in Abu Dhabi, but we spent a week in Dubai to attend what's called the Green Zone events. So Blue Zone is the UN accredited part of the conference is called the Blue Zone, and it's accessible only to those who are part of the delegations or official part of the work, such as news agencies and other part of the organization. But for other companies like NGOs, private firms, academics, or general public, the part of the conference open for visiting was the green zone. So we were in the green zone, and I attended our annual conference there, various other events, and also spoke and moderated sessions. So I think this was, from what I heard and read, one of the most successful COPs in history, maybe the most successful one, because for the first time it set in stone a commitment to transition away from fossil fuels in writing by many countries. More than 190 countries present in there have agreed to it. And as you know, one of the caveats of the UNFCCC is that the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Conference of the Parties is that decisions are made on a consensus basis. So even if one party objects to the outcome, the draft letter, it's rejected and has to be renegotiated. So it's an immensely difficult task to bring everyone on the same page, to agree to every word and every dot and column, in the final text to come to a conclusive, but also an inclusive agreement. Um, which means necessarily brings down the expectations down a little bit, because you have to agree on the least common denominator that all parties can buy into, ranging from the small island nations in the Pacific to oil producers in the Middle East to clean energy giants in Northern Europe. So you have to bring them all on the same page, which is a gargantuan task that the UAE has undertaken, but it has achieved. It has delivered it, even through after an extended session of 2 days. They reached a consensus. Uh, I honestly don't know how, because the mechanics of it were, very complicated. I suppose people were very tired also, and they were under a lot of pressure to agree on an outcome that that gives at least some glimmer of hope to the rest of the world about tackling climate change. As discussed, one of the main goals of COP28 was to agree on mechanisms to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. So just to recap, what it has achieved. For the first time, there is now an agreement to transition away from fossil fuels under a set of nationally determined contributions. Having said that, there is a limited mandatory capabilities. There's no enforcement. And this is why it's called nationally determined contributions or national plan. Because and this reflects partly the world order, the geopolitical balance of power in the system that we inhabit. So the bipolarity evolving into multipolarity brings in a lot of friction and also moving parts in discussions around not just climate change, but anything that's related to global governance, as we see in other parts of the world, from conflicts to financing and development. So that reflects inevitably onto discussions in COP meetings as well. But at least there is something, there is an outcome that we can hold on to and hopefully take it from there and build more on. So there is an agreement to, yes, triple energy, renewable energy capacity as well as nuclear capacity by 2030 and to double energy efficiency improvements by 2030. Not all countries have signed these pledges because some have different priorities, different things to attend, both nationally, domestically, and internationally. But most countries have bought into it. For example, Turkey has not signed the agreement to or the pledge to triple renewable energy capacity, although it has invested significantly into it, and now we have over 50% capacity in renewable in power generation from renewables. So the other achievement is to operationalize a mechanism to support clean energy financing in emerging countries. For instance, the UAE donated $30 billion in this pledge to support developing clean energy in other parts of the world. It set an example in that sense. So all in all, we got a good momentum from COP28. It sort of ended in a positive manner. But the challenge is that the momentum surrounding climate issues increases only during such summits, and then it wanes gradually. So it's important to keep this, to bear in mind the continuity, the importance of carrying this action through to COP29 and onwards. So from what I can see, there are three challenges outstanding. One is a shortfall in clean energy investment globally, and weak international commitment, frankly, to fulfill funding pledges, because current spending is insufficient to mitigate climate change and to adapt to its consequences. I mean, what's required annually is around $4.5 trillion US, a level of funding that must include private financial sector. But due to, as I mentioned, geopolitics and great power rivalry and inequities in lending of loans or access to finance in developing or least developed countries from Western institutions remains a challenge. The second is barriers to private sector financing due to high interest rates, persistent inflation, and other headwinds around unemployment and so on. And of course, even if there is an investment, there is no guarantee that the investors receive their benefits in full or directly, for that matter. That points us to this, what's called the tragedy of the commons and tragedy of the horizon. So you invest today, but you have to wait for a long time to recoup the benefits, or you invest again and they pay all. The benefits accrue only to a small portion of the recipient country, not to the creditors, or a very small portion accrues to the creditors. So challenges as such outstand. Then there is also a situation in which we find ourselves with a siloed approach. So think of, for instance, Turkey and its neighborhood in the GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council countries in the Middle East, and the developing partnership in renewable energy between the two regions. Yes, political relations reflect on economic cooperations, and so there are comprehensive economic partnership agreements, memorandums of understanding signed this year. But cooperation in renewables still hasn't reached a substantial level. It's very much localized in each country that follow their own climate policies instead of creating this much needed cooperation. So in that sense, there are challenges outstanding, not only on a country basis, each country by country, but also by region. So there are different differentials in across regions around the globe that has to be somehow standardized and harmonized. Which brings me to actually to the end of my discussion, some pointers maybe for COP29 in Azerbaijan in Baku next year. So, as Professor Erginbay alluded to, yes, there is now a loss and damage funding mechanism in place, but that's only a tiny start. It's not even $1 billion. You saw on the slides, it's less than that. It's around 700-800 million US dollars. So, which is far below what was pledged earlier in previous years, which was $100 billion. Okay, we're not even near to $1 billion yet. So that has to be beefed up. So there needs to be some beef around the bone to really turn this into a tenable mechanism for financing loss and damage in most vulnerable and most climate affected countries. Also, maybe there needs to be some support for a global united carbon price. Um, for carbon trading in countries where there aren't that many instruments or financial markets are not that deep or broad, there has to be a mechanism globally to have a uniform way of enabling carbon pricing. Lastly, when donor or lender countries put capital or investment into clean energy projects, they need to put not only the capital required, but also design mechanisms to deliver it, as well as some geographic and sectoral targeting methods to avoid, moral hazard and corruption. I mean, we saw this from World Bank lending practices. You just go and give money to the governors in a least developed African country, for instance, and that just evaporates in a very short frame of time because of corruption and so on. So that needs to be avoided. Instead of handing out money, it needs to go into a more rigorous mechanism to distribute it right through to the end projects in a manner that can be monitored and enhanced. So there are challenges there, but I think the UAE COP28, just to sum up my discussion, my presentation, is a success. So it sets an important cornerstone in our fight against climate change, in our journey to reach 1.5 degrees or stay below it. Albeit many scientists agree that this is not enough. We were probably not going to get there, but it's an important step, and I think it's better than nothing. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your speeches. That was quite delightful, actually. And I thinking the same as a finish. Like it's same in Turkey too. It's not a country problem, it's a humanity problem. So
Yeah.
that's right. Yes. Now I want to give the word to Mr. Ismail Belen. Mr. Belen, are there?
Yes, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Can I share my screen before start?
Yes. Yes, we can see it now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this very important session. Actually, I was in Dubai, but not able to follow all the issues. So it was very beneficial for me. Thank you so much for the presentation before me. I am Ismail Belen. If I say very briefly about me, I'm Ismail Belen, a forest engineer by training. I'm working for the General Director of Forest as Chief Inspector, and I'm also working for the United Nations Forum on Forest in New York as a Vice Chair. My presentation will be a very technical one from forestry side. Uh, we can say that no, today we are talking about water scarcity and water security. And as a forest engineer, I can say that water security is dependent on forest because approximately 25% of the world accessible fresh water comes from forested watershed area. So this is very important for water sector. And forests and trees are essential to maintaining resilient production system, communities, and ecosystems for everyone. And if I give some more explanation about water and forest, uh, they are vital to our water supply. Forests are vital for our water supply, providing high quality water resources. They intercept atmospheric moisture, contribute to clouds and rain formation. But unfortunately, we can say that most of the global watersheds have lost 40% of tree cover. So this is one of the main problem for water quality that we are talking. And recently, we can say that with more than 80% of the world's population facing water scarce insecurity, and the management of forests for water is increasingly important because they are the source of water. Using forests to produce high quality water can cost as low as 2% for per person. So this issue in Turkey, I can say that I have been working for the government almost more than 30 years, and most of our friends from energy sector uh, or water sector do not have enough information about the importance of forests for water and energy. So this is a very good, very important platform for me to explain some important things from our side. And if we say something about forest and energy, and in Dubai, of course, Dubai is one of the center for petrol for energy, and the next COP will be in Azerbaijan, which is another center of energy. Uh, but as Serhat Bey explained, and Professor said that the main decision was about renewable energy, triple renewable energy, and we can say that forest and wood is one of the main item of renewable energy. So this issue also very important for Turkey for us. If I give you a brief information. Yeah, as I said, I'm working for the United Nations Forum on Forests, and very recently we organized an event, namely Forest, Energy, and Livelihoods, in last April. And we can say that energy poverty remains extensive, with close to 1 billion people without access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa, and more than 2 billion people still using inefficient and polluting cooking systems, which generate harmful household air pollution, responsible for an estimated 3 million premature deaths in 2020. Regarding forest, wood, and energy, it is estimated that about half of the wood extracted from forests is burned as fuel for energy uses, with the highest share of around 90% in Africa. And wood fuels are traditionally used for cooking and heating by more than 2 billion people worldwide, with limited energy options at the household level. Yeah, it is again 2 billion people in the world. Uh, Personally, I am from Ordu, from Aybastı, in my village, my mother still use wood for cooking, for heating. This is the same for other neighborhood people around us. So wood is one of the main energy resource in many countries, including Turkey. And this represents roughly 1/3 of the world's population and 2/3 of households in Africa. In many regions, the current traditional use of biomass fuels requires women and children to spend many hours per week collecting and carrying biomass that is burned in highly inefficient and polluting stores, especially in the villages. In Turkey, if I give you another example from Turkey, according to official statistics, almost 7 million people live in and around the forest, who are mainly dependent on wood and forests for heating and cooking. So we can say that we should work together. We should share all the information. Again, very briefly, this platform is very important for us. And I kind of suggest to TESPAM and Istanbul Aydın University and our colleagues that uh, forests and woods is one of the main resources for energy. Think about that. If we do not have any wood in many villages, then the government, the municipalities should invest many many investments underground to bring natural gas or something else that. So this is very good opportunity. And I see one colleague from Bulgaria, I think Dimitar from Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, for example, biomass energy or wood energy also very, very important. And I suggest to include this issue when you are talking about energy efficiency, energy scarcity or water scarcity, or climate change issue, we should directly think about forests because finally, I can say that without forests, without woods, and sure, without forester, it is impossible to solve the problems related to climate change issue. Thank you so much again for inviting me, and my special thank to Professor Alaaddin Yüksel for informing me about this event. Thank you, Oğuzhan Bey.
Thank you for your presentation and your speeches. Uh, I want to give words to Mr. Fabio Incenzo. Mr. Fabio, are you there?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. It is a pleasure for me to be with you to discuss these very sensitive issues. First of all, I would like to thank you, Oğuzhan Heikener, to give me this great opportunity. So my idea today is to discuss about COP28 according to a different angle of analysis. So the title of my presentation is COP28, Not an Easy Road Toward the Green Energy Transition. Because, of course, it is very important, the commitment of the countries involved in this very important international meeting. We have some problems, some hindrances that it is necessary to solve. Many analysts, and also this is also my position, focus on the point that there is not a clear commitment to a phase out from fossil fuels, using the word or the words transitioning away concerning the fossil fuels. So the deadline to achieve a carbon neutrality in 2050 for many countries could be a very ambitious target with very complicated to achieve. And also due to the fact that in order to be closer to the target, it is necessary to use some transition fuel like natural gas, or using the technology for coal capture and storage of coal, which need to be developed, and it is necessary to use a high-level technology in order to increase the possibility to adopt this modern technology. The third point concerning the increase of threefold of renewable production and nuclear production, it is a good thing, but I can identify some more or less big problem in the sense of concerning renewable, the production of renewable affect the potential use of green hydrogen, but I have, in few words, I would like to describe which is my approach on this point. And the second point is about nuclear. Many of the countries involved in the new international agreement concerning the possibility to increase the production of nuclear to triple the production of nuclear could be affected by the fact that many countries involved are the countries which base their energy mix, the combination of energy sources to produce electricity on nuclear. France, United Arab Emirates with the Baraha nuclear power plant, and Japan and other countries. Anyway, my task today is to try to discuss with you some of food for thoughts in order to discuss how could be difficult to achieve green energy transition. Okay, this slide is not usable, but it was focused on the target of the Paris Agreement 2015. When we discuss about the target to achieve carbon neutrality, this is the Chinese energy mix. China is committed to achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050, 2060, but we can observe that it is very difficult to reduce to zero coal share and oil share, considering also that China is more than 11 million barrels of oil per day. So it could be very complicated to achieve a carbon neutrality target. And in order to achieve or to be closer to this target, countries could be pushed to use alternative energy sources which are not completely zero emissions, such as natural gas, such as different types of hydrogen, or using once again the coal capture and storage technology. Another point that I would like to discuss with you is about the production by source concerning the world electricity. We can observe that the share of non-fossil fuel and not polluting fuels is very reduced. Nuclear, solar, and renewables is more or less 1/5, excluding natural gas. No, also considering hydropower is 1/3. 1/3 of the world electricity production is covered by non-polluting fossil fuels. And we have also the compromise which characterized the COP28, and I believe the other COP in the future, is based on the compromise between the producing countries and the other countries which try to fill the gap in order to increase the production of clean electricity. Of course, it is necessary to take into account the role of the Middle East and North African producers and suppliers, which are in a key position around the world. So it was very interesting to discuss how could be the role of the Middle East and North African suppliers in a new energy scenario based on renewable energy sources or zero emissions. In zero emissions. So the impact for countries which base most specifically all the national budget is based on the hydrocarbons, to sell hydrocarbons in the market. So they can be defined as a range of states, which could be the impact in terms of carbon neutrality. Another topics very interesting is that they could be able to increase the production of renewable energy sources of clean electricity to satisfy the growing domestic demand, so allocating in a short, medium term oil and natural gas production for the international markets. And the diversification, of course. You know about the relevance of the oil reserves and how then this definition is very useful, not only for oil and natural gas, but also for the production and the distribution of clean electricity. You know that also the pipelines, if you want, able to distribute the power lines to distribute clean electricity are defined as a critical energy infrastructure. So can be affected by several disruptions for natural causes or terrorist threats or something like that. Starting from this situation, it is also interesting how, in the case of I'm from Italy, so it is necessary to focus our attention also about Europe. This is an old project, how to link the production of solar and wind in the sub-Sahara to the European Union with, a clean electricity grid in the south and in the north, but especially in the south can be complicated by a situation of conflict and tensions. In the case of Ampere to close the ring between Egypt and Algeria, and in the case of Syria, and also in the case now concerning Israel. But the potential in terms of production of renewable is very high. Look at this slide. The box in the middle represent the portion of territory which, covered by solar plants, could be able to satisfy all the demand of the European Union of clean electricity. It's amazing. So a huge potential, but conflict and tension could affect the target of the European Union to achieve carbon neutrality, as well as the attempt of Middle East and North African countries to develop a clean electricity production. Another interesting point is another project that you know about, Desertec. There are very concrete projects, especially in the Middle East, not only in terms of carbon capture and storage technology, but also in terms of solar plants, in terms of nuclear. So very useful steps, especially in the United Arab Emirates and in Saudi Arabia, in order to achieve this very important aim. But especially now, you know, in the case of Italy, in the case of the European Union, or other countries which depend on natural gas as a transit fuel, if natural gas can be used in order to cover the medium term to achieve the carbon neutrality as a transit fuel, now the problems of the security in the so-called energy choke points, not only Hormuz, but now Bab el-Mandab and Suez, which could hamper the idea of the European Union to fill the gap Russian imports, but also using natural gas to satisfy their energy needs. In the case of the Middle East countries, because I think that one of the key, China is the other leg, but also Middle East countries are very important because they should be very ready in order to support and to implement this green energy transition, increasing the production not only for the domestic needs, but also in terms of export. Here there are several projects based on renewable energy sources, but please, it is not the case of the Middle East. But when we talk about geopolitical concerns before, please this map, which is a Chinese project to realize a regional grid based on clean electricity, so developing the huge potential in terms of renewable in the Southeast Asia, hydroelectric in Laos, solar plants in Vietnam, geothermal in Indonesia. So a very useful project, a very interesting project to realize a regional grid based on clean electricity, but the possibility to achieve the carbon neutrality or to help these countries to increase the share of renewable energy sources and clean electricity, but the problem is that China should control this regional electricity grid. So there is a kind of resistance from the countries in order to develop this project. So I would like to follow very shortly, because I know that the time is not enough, to discuss about two other key points, which could be potential sources in order to help the countries to achieve the carbon neutrality and to realize an increasing production of clean electricity. Nuclear could be one of the sources as a future clean energy, able to meet a growing electricity demand worldwide. It is considered a not polluting energy, even if you know that nuclear poses several challenges and problems concerning, for instance, nuclear radioactive waste and how meet the legitimate claim of the population about nuclear power plants very close to their houses. So, of course, nuclear is a greenhouse gas emission, no greenhouse gas emissions, could be a useful energy source, but many, and also the agreement about nuclear production to increase the threefold nuclear production, it is very interesting, but at the same time, you should take into consideration competition among countries in order to seize the imports of uranium. Uranium reserves are located in these countries, but these countries are supplier of countries which already produce nuclear energy. In the case of France, in the case of China, in the case of Japan. So there will be a moving to the production of nuclear could trigger a very huge geopolitical competition among the countries, especially if consider that in terms of producers, Kazakhstan is the most producers around the world, but most of the production is allocated for China, and the other production is allocated for Russia inside within the Eurasian Economic Union. And in October 2023, so 2 months ago, Macron, the president, visited Kazakhstan in order to obtain uranium due to the problems in Niger, which was another countries which hold uranium reserves, but affected by a situation of conflict and instability. So it is a very sensitive issue, not in the case of Canada or United States, but several of these producers could be affected by a situation of instability and a condition very huge geopolitical competition. Another conceived game changer in order to achieve carbon neutrality is the green hydrogen. As a game changer, the renewable hydrogen, which could help the countries to achieve neutrality targets, a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and please consider, because it is necessary for my last slide, to the three parameters which characterize a country as a producer of green hydrogen: the availability of water, infrastructural potential for production, internal distribution and export, and of course, the production and the availability of renewable energy sources. So please consider these three parameters, because these are important in order to legitimize a country as a producer of green hydrogen. But you know that there are different applications of hydrogen as a fuel, as a calculator in order to avoid interruption in the storage of energy. But one of the problems in the short, medium term, not in the future, in 2050. Now, the problem is now, because 95% of the current production is based on green hydrogen, produced by fossil fuels. And the technology used to capture carbon and to storage the greenhouse gas emissions is able to eliminate 90% of these greenhouse gas emissions, which means that this technology is not completely free of emissions. So it was necessary to develop the green hydrogen and not the other component of hydrogen, even if you know that now the production is unbalanced on the production of hydrogen from fossil fuels. You know about the strategy of the European Union about the Repower EU, but the European Union alone will be not able to produce enough green hydrogen. So the European Union should import green hydrogen from abroad, 10 million tons. From which countries? From North Africa, from Northern Europe, or the countries in Europe outside the European Union, and also from the East. But if you want, this situation reflects a new condition of vulnerability of dependence on imports. And my last slide, in order to reflect on the one hand about the potential of green hydrogen to help these countries in the framework of COP28 and the future COP to achieve this target, but at the same time, the problem to solve the condition of energy security. And I would like to quote a very interesting analysis and work about the geopolitical implication of the renewable hydrogen, starting from the three parameters, okay? Availability of renewable energy sources, availability of water, and infrastructural potential. De Blasio and Plafman draw this map, okay? There are countries which could be exporter of green hydrogen in order to reach the markets. New countries, new suppliers, such as Namibia, could potentially Morocco and other countries. But the European Union and the main economies around the world could be able to produce a very few share of green hydrogen, but they will depend on imports of green hydrogen because they will not be able to produce renewable energy sources in order to develop green hydrogen with the electrolysis process. So the situation, I think it is the same vulnerability, a dependence from fossil fuels to a dependence on green energy could be good. It is a different dependence, but this is a dependence. I think that the key for the next COP28 and for the other countries are to reduce energy consumption, to increase energy efficiency, and to diversify energy mix, so combining different energy sources in order to produce clean electricity. Anyway, my final statement is that COP28 could be, I agree with the previous speakers that highlight the positive way, the positive agreements achieved during the COP28, but at the same there are several hindrances which it is very difficult to overcome due to the resistance of some countries, and realistically speaking, it is very complicated and ambitious to achieve a carbon neutrality by 30 years due to the unbalanced situation, the unbalanced energy scenario which characterize the main economies around the world, which is based on fossil fuels. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your speeches and your presentation. We all know the nuclear energy is growing all day, one day to day. Our session is over. Actually, we passed the time a little bit. If there's any question to anyone, we can take the questions. If there's not, I will give the word to the Mrs. Fatma Cengiz for other session. Fatma Hanım.
I'm here. Hello. So I just need your permission for my camera, I think. So
So there's
can you just give me?
supposed to be item, but let me. Just a minute. You actually have to, you can open your camera right now. It's not, no need to permission.
Assure me that about permission from you.
Oh, okay, I can give the host actually.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oops. Oops, just a minute. Hello?
Yeah, actually it's showing that the you postponed the video, so that's why. It's still showing me that I don't have permission to continue with my video, so that's why I have some issues.
Actually, I give the
Uh,
permission, like you're the host now. The session host.
I am the host, I
You,
cannot open my camera.
it's
So yeah,
probably because of the PC, I think. It's,
most probably I will just check it.
all right. We can give some break. Or you can just continue with that. Oh, it's open
Yeah,
now.
I just came now.
Perfect.
Hello to everyone. So okay,
So
then
stage is yours.
if all panelists are here, we can also start our section now. So I will start my section then, and our panelists will be ready. We can also give floor to them. So hello and welcome to Third International Climate and Energy Forum. I'm Fatma Cengiz, and I will be moderating the two-day section about what's changed from COP27 to COP28. We want to gain a better grasp of the progress made since COP27 as we reflect on the outcomes of COP28. This discussion will be crucial for evaluating our global response to climate change and establishing the framework for the future actions. We are joined by a panel of specialists, each with a unique perspective on the development and decision made at this crucial summit. I want to introduce to them with shortly. Our first esteemed panelist is Assistant Professor Dr. Bilge Çağatay from Istanbul Aydın University, Department of International Trade and Finance, and her topic will be about UA carbon emission policy and Turkish economy. Our second esteemed panelist will be Associate Professor Dr. Sezin Bağgürsoy from Kırıkkale University, and her topic will be about key initiative of COP28, integrating a holistic approach to food security. And our last esteemed panelist will be Dimitar Ivanov, senior expert from Bulgarian Diplomacy Institution, and his topic also will be key takeaway from COP28, mitigation, finance, and geopolitics. And if we have time, we will open the floor the questions, because the questions also will make an interact between us and the audience who is listening to us, and they also can interact with us by asking questions or leaving the comments. So let us to begin this in-depth examination of what changed from COP27 to COP28 and what it implies for our global journey toward a sustainable and resilient future. So I would like to invite our first panelist, Assistant Professor Dr. Bilge Çağatay. Floor is yours if you are here.
Yes, I'm here, but there is then again a problem with my camera. I guess the same problem as you realize. I cannot open because it is written that the the coordinator stopped my video. I cannot open it.
Okay, then I will stop my video and you give it a try. So I will just stop it. Yeah, can you open it again?
No.
No, so
I
yeah,
give
it
the
came
host
now.
Yes,
to you
now
too,
it's okay.
so it's all right. It's supposed to be all right.
So I'm going to share my screen. Sorry. Yes, can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we can see. We can see.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Cengiz, and also you're welcome to our forum. I do not want to repeat the same things. I'm in the International Trade Department, and I want to focus on the topic of the relationship between the EU and Turkey according to COP27 and 28. In the latest part of the sessions, generally the speakers focus on the same points, so I do not want to take so much time, and I want to use my time efficiently. So I'm just the point I want to mention here. I'm just a little bit pessimist about the COP27 and 28 because it's a kind of ironic issue that it is held in United Arab Emirates. We know that it is the second biggest producer of petroleum products, and also we are expecting that the 28th COP is going to be held in Azerbaijan in Baku, and it is also a country that is producing oil products. So it's a kind of dystopia. It's a dark and foggy picture for me too, and also that we believe that after the 27 to 28, when we will have a kind of paradigm shift, that maybe we can say like this. For example, there is an agreement, Paris Agreement in 2015. Then we have a plan, we have a process in Katowice and in Glasgow. But afterwards, the issue is to how we are going to implement all of these policies. The problem is that we do not have a solution for the implementation. So this is a kind of the similarity between the COP27 and 28. It's a discontent, I guess, both of them. And the paradigm shift, there are some promises on the side of the developed countries, especially for the loss and damage fund. But as the other speakers mentioned, that there's the target of $100 billion for this loss and damage fund, but still just only $730 million is collected as a budget for loss and damage fund. And also another issue, we know that the least developed countries and the developing countries need technical and financial support for the climate change investments. But there is an issue to create a multilateral development bank plan, but it's also a discussion and progress. So we should talk about a little bit about COP28 and what is the position. There are some three basic pillars. I take this, and we can easily find from the International World Energy Agency. And that's mentioned till 2030, we want to keep the global warming in 1.5 Celsius. But now, still, we just realized in 2023, it is 1.2 almost. So we are planning to triple the renewable energies and doubling the efficiency or cutting the methane emissions to nearly 75%. Still, we can only have the 80% of this issue. And on the other side, these are the targets, yes, we have, but we need till from now to 2030, we need every year $5 million to invest in the climate change, and it's the part of 40% of needed to go to emerging markets. The question is that how the emerging market is going to finance these investments, the climate change investments for the renewable energy investments. So we know that we have challenges. Now you can see that there are some, we still fall short for the climate plans. As I explained it, it is in 2030, the global warming is going to be 2.4 Celsius degree, and we just want to degree and sustain it in 1.5. But I guess it's now on impossible because in this point we have only 1.2 Celsius now. And we are discussing after the COVID-19, there is a perma crisis in the whole economies in the global world. Like, what is a perma crisis? Perma crisis, maybe we can define as the unsustainability and insecurity position because of the catastrophic events. So what is the catastrophic events? We are discussing for the last 2 years, the inflationary effects. So these inflationary effects and the implemented monetary policy, especially the tight monetary policy, affected the developed countries and developing countries in the same manner. And of course, we have the whole countries. We cannot divide into two separate parts like the developing and developed world. The countries have different views and different interests according to the climate change. So in the COP28, we discuss all of the issues, and also when we look at the Turkey's performance in the COP28, I think that we do not have a good performance according to signing the agreements and on the side of the climate change on the behalf of Turkey. So what we should discuss for the near future, for maybe so close future, we have some forecasts and projections for the 2024 and 2030, and also for the far future for 2050s. But the main topic is around these issues, I guess, because there are some extreme weather events, droughts, floods. There are lots of problems all over the world, and it is affecting the home and works totally, the living standards. So when we are coming to 2030, it is going to be affect much more. For example, we should we are going to have much more cost on the insuring of house and works. So this is an additional financial cost, insurance cost. And also there is a problem about the labor productivity according to higher weather, global warming issues. And we have problems about the risk management, and we are discussing some of the national and international level of supply chain due diligence laws and acts. We know that after the 2010, especially all over the world, for example, in the United States, we have a Dodd-Frank Act. In Germany, we have Due Diligence Act, and in France, we have also a Due Diligence Act. And also Europe, in the European Union, there's a Corporate Due Diligence Act. It is proposed in 2022. So we are going to discuss all of these issues in the perspective of Turkey and EU relation. So we should give some kind of statistics according to Turkish economy and what is the main strengths and challenge. As you know, in October 29, we celebrate our 100th year as a republic, Turkish Republic. So we have a 100-year history. So in this history, when we check out the economic growth rates, the average growth rate 4.5%. But in the forecast in 2030, the Turkish economy is going to be the 11th biggest economy in the world. But that doesn't mean that we have a high economic growth, but we just have the economic development at the same time. The economic development includes other kind of issues like the democracy and the rule of law. And also, we have a huge population. Now we have, in 2023, we have 84 million people, and we are expecting to the increase to 89 million people. And it's a very big issue, a problem, a population, because of the food security and military issues at the same time. And we have a migration problem because of the Ukraine-Russian war and at the same time Syrian war. So the another strength is for the last 20 years, Turkey is working on the institutional framework for the addressing the environmental challenge. Yes, it is. The Turkey has a very high effort and also investing in the renewable energies. You can check out from the slides that the resource in electricity generation in 2020, the coal has 34%, natural gas 22%, and the others we call as the including hydropower, wind, solar, and geothermal is nearly 40% in Turkey. So we are investing all the time the renewable energies, but this is not enough, and we have some problems on the other side, like the scarce resources of water and high air pollution. And the most important part, I'm coming here to address the sectors that we focus on the production and exports especially. When we look at I just check the exports because we know the correlation between the production and exports in an economy. So in the Turkish economy, as a trade performance, when we check out the exports, there are 5 or 6 main sectors. So this is nearly 70% of total exports includes these 6 sectors. What are these? The food products, textiles, chemicals, metals, electric equipment, and motor vehicles. So that means in some of these products, when we are exporting and producing, we are using the aluminum, cement, steel, and iron, especially with the metals, electric equipment, and motor vehicles. So that means in these sectors, these are related with the cement production, construction, and the production of steel and iron, and also aluminum production. These are creating huge climate change, and these are creating carbon emissions. So we should transfer our production and exports totally. We should invest new green areas, and we should find green finance to invest in these areas at the same time. And whatever the other point is that the International Labour Organization focus on some kind of studies for the 2030 that some of the sectors will be going to on the risk of exposure for the heat vulnerable economic activities. The International Labour Organization defined these sectors. And for example, construction, transporting, mining, wholesale and retail trade, that the Turkish economy is focused on these areas, and there's a problem, there's an obstacle to how to transfer all of these production and vulnerability on the coming years. That's a very big problem for the Turkish economy, I guess. And the problem is coming from the productivity of the labor. So how we can change the productivity of labor according to global warming. That's the only one perspective. We just check the Turkish economy, but we should also check the European side and climate change. What is Europe is going to expect for the 2030? We know that the Europe is to set draw 32% of its energy from renewable energy resources in 2030, and it is nearly 22% now. So there's in the Europe also there's a problem of using coal and natural gas at the same time for the production of the energy. For example, the Germany and Romania is going to use coal and natural gas till to 2038, and they are not having to fall back behind of these expectations. And the total, the population is going to be 740 million in 2030. Of course, 27 countries together. The most important point, the problem in the Europe is, I guess, the aging problem, because 25% of its population will be over 65 in 2030. That means there's a problem with the aging population, labor skill, and labor productivity, and this will going to affect the climate change at the same time. And we have some kind of agreements and mechanisms like the EU taxonomy that is related with the carbon border adjustment mechanism. We know that this carbon border adjustment mechanism started in 2023 and it is going to be stopped in 2025. So every quarter till now, the corporate responsibility is going to quarterly give reports to the EU Commission that how they are affecting the carbon emissions. And we have a EU Green Deal till to net zero 2025. And we have an EU Supply Chain Due Diligence Corporate Act. I explained it before that there are some national level, maybe we can call as a soft law, but in the coming near future, it is going to be changed a hard law to international level EU corporate supply chain and due diligence agreements. So this is a target of the EU. We know that they fall short and fall behind of their target also. And I mentioned that there are problems in some of the countries according to using the electricity production with the coal and natural gases. So what is the conclusion part for as a result, as a sum of issues? As you know, we have an agreement, custom union agreement with EU and Turkey. It's a long history. I am just defining it's a very long history for the 60 years. So the businessman is, especially Turkish businessman, waiting for renewing this custom union and updates according to the climate change and green finance and the eco-entrepreneurship advantage. And they want to collaborate with the EU, of course, invest in the renewables. And we have problems. There are some estimations for the last 15 years, we have a migration nearly 10 million people from the Syrian war and Ukraine-Russian war. So we have migration problems and it is affecting the food security and other issues according to climate change. And also there are nature disasters because Turkey is going to be very affected because of the global warming. And some parts of the Turkey, especially the east part of the Turkey, is going to be kind of an Saharan style climate. So we need this collaboration with the EU to solve these problems. And of course, the main issue, yes, we have duties according to invest in the green investment and also renewables. But according to macroeconomic indicators, we need green finance and green finance support from the developed countries. So that's the all points I want to mention. Thank you very much for listening me and joining this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bigechata. It was really like informative, but at the same time giving like inspiring to us. And actually, conclusion was my questions over there. I wanted to ask you some questions, but you sum up everything on the conclusion. So thank you so much with this perfect presentation. And now we can pass to the next speakers. Our next esteemed speakers is Associate Professor Dr. Sezin İba Gürsoy from Kırıkkale University. And her topic will be about the key initiative of COP28, integrating a holistic approach to food security. So, Dr. Sezin İba Gürsoy.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I cannot open my camera as well.
So we are asking again for help.
I think there is some permission from someone.
Yeah, I think it is from panel moderating. It's asking about the permission. If Oğuzhan is here, he can help us.
Sorry, I'm here.
A camera situation again, as issue with camera. We cannot open the camera without your permission.
Who am I gonna give the permission?
Sezin Gürsoy.
All right, just a minute. Is it fixed?
No.
It's supposed to be actually.
Okay, it's okay.
Yes. All right.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Sezin Gürsoy from Kırklareli University. I'm working as a associate professor at International Relations Department, and I'm very pleased to be here. I want to share my presentation. Is it okay?
Yes, we can see. Yeah, yes, we can see.
Okay, I want to explain what has changed from COP27 to 28 in terms of food security. Every participant gives some details about COP28. However, I'm happy to discuss about the food issue in this forum. It's finally on the table. Currently, there are 7 and 8 million people who go hungry every day. At this stage, I'd like to remind you that there are 4 drivers that increase the hunger in the world: the climate change, the conflicts, particularly in Ukraine war, and COVID-19. In fact, since 2019, the pandemic started, 122 million people have been pushed into hunger. It's an amazing number, but for nearly 3 decades, the final agreements of UN's climate summits have left out the impact of food systems on climate change. However, this changed in Dubai meeting this year. For the first time ever, it featured a whole day to devoted food and agricultural, and so a food systems roadmap laid out by FAO. On the second day of the COP28, the Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food System and Climate Action Declaration was published. So there have been many important developments. Essentially, since 2007 and 2008 food price crisis, interest in the long neglected agriculture food issue has gradually increased. Temperature records are being rapidly broken, and climate impacts has far-reaching on food security. When it comes to climate crisis, food is like no other thing. Food systems are vital for our societies. Therefore, governments need to take a food system approach for tackling with climate change. I want to highlight that global food systems are responsible for the third of environmentally harmful emissions, second only to the energy sector. Not only do the food systems contribute more than a third of global gas emissions, but also they are the important sectors which are most affected by rising temperatures. They are the major drivers of climate change. Sustainable food systems are key nexus for also a sustainable development agenda as well. Food was at the center of the table at COP28. It was an important moment to build on growing interest in food system transformation. At the COP28, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment hosted the 15th meeting of a series, addressing a range of cross-cutting between climate change and food security and water as well. This conference reviews pressing challenges and available solutions for the sustainable agriculture. A food system approach is one of the number of the busy phrases being deployed in the run-up to COP28. It refers a holistic systems-wide approach to recognize the interconnection between the many dimensions of the food system, such as food security, biodiversity, global heating, and culture and heat. This approach can help us to look beyond just agriculture and tackle more challenging issues like diet, pesticides, fertilizers, food waste, and agroecology. This is the important role of new food system approach. However, this approach in climate was not recognized as necessary at previous COPs. There were only 3% of climate finance goes to the climate smart agriculture. That brings us 22 times less than transportation and energy. Agriculture and food security have featured prominently on the last 3 COP agenda, underscoring the need to take action to achieve resilient, sustainable, and equitable food systems, which are provide affordable, safe, and nutritious foods. When we look at COP27, we saw that it has made crucial start on the prospect of food system on the UN agenda. Momentum is building on the importance of food systems. As you will remember that after the pandemic, the remarkable feature of the COP27 was that it took place in the shadow of the global energy and food crisis that flared up with the Ukrainian war. The Ukrainian war was not affect negatively the exports of the Russia and Ukraine, which are the top global wheat supply, but also opened the new door to a serious crisis in other food items due to domino effect along the energy crisis. Food security, which is one of the focal points while fighting with the climate crisis, took its place at COP27, accompanied by the discussions on green agriculture. At that conference, it was decided to allocate more than $8 billion for green agriculture practices, with the efforts of 2007 governments, multinational companies, universities, and also non-governmental organizations. The main goal of the Green Agriculture Fund is development of small-scale farmers and farm towards adaptation to climate crisis. In this way, it aims to increase food security in a global scale. The presidency hosted its first themed day focusing on agriculture, food systems, and it featured in the COP's last cover text that food system partnership sponsored by the Greenhouse Commissions. It hosted the first food system pavilion, one of the 5 pavilions. These pavilions' diverse stakeholders highlight the rich plurality of actors and the factors of shaping our food systems. There were too many expectations from Dubai conference. Let's look at the outcomes of the COP28 in terms of food security. The Sharm el-Sheikh joint work on implementation of climate action on agriculture and food security, we call this SSGV, is the successor to the equality catchingly named Coronavik joint work on agriculture. Negotiations around this group at COP28 will be a critical importance because this working group will determine the action of global community will take on food and agriculture. The Food Systems Partnership Community is calling for the integration of holistic policies and interventions. This means including a food system approach within the agreed SSGV roadmap, designing this as a key action area within a workshop. In the context of the new joint work group, taking food systems approach would at a minimum encompass 3 key elements: nature-positive food production, healthy sustainable diets and nutrition, and the reduction of food loss and waste. Nations encompassing some of the world's largest food producers sign a declaration to transform their agricultural and food systems as a part of their adaptation plans to climate change. Pledging countries have agreed to work together to scale adaptation to resilience efforts for farmers, in addition to taking more action to transform rational production practices, addressing soil health, food waste, and biodiversity loss. At the end of the declaration, at the end of the summit, the Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food System and Climate Action Declaration was published. It was announced at the special session. It stated that over $2.5 billion were provided to support the food security within the scope of the combating climate change. 158 countries agreed to include food in climate action plans. It is aimed to strengthen food systems, improve resilience in climate change, reduce global gas emissions, contribute to the global fight against climate change and hunger, in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In this summit, the key word is the action, from commitment to action. It was stated that the United Arab Emirates and the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation have launched $200 million partnership established for food systems, agricultural innovation, climate actions. There will be used for agricultural research and increasing agricultural innovation and financial technical assistance for the implementation for this declaration. Greenhouse is supporting the food system partnership to push more meaningful and ambitious highlight action on food at COP28. The food system pavilion is dedicated space in the blue zone at COP28, putting foods at a center stage during these crucial negotiations. Greenhouse will be supporting this coalition of leading international food organizations to collaborate by bringing diverging perspectives together and seeking opportunities to accelerate the transition to healthy, resilient, and equitable food systems. Let's just recap. Food was undeniably given a more prominent spot at the summit than it has been in years prior. This is the big step, actually, for the COPs. In conclusion, there is a positive development, which is called the Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food System and Climate Action. It will try to reduce vulnerability of all food producers, to protect nature, to promote food security, to increase the income of those working in the field of agriculture and food, to ensure sustainability, to increase soil health and biodiversity, etc. This declaration was announced at the levels of the governments, and 158 countries are signatures. We saw that the world leaders signing a declaration. It's very encouraging to see them signing into something that is so important for everyone. To summarize what I have said, key decisions included focusing on the transformation of food systems, increasing renewable energy capacity, and reducing global greenhouse emissions by 43% by 2030. The declaration emphasized the importance of adapting the effects of climate change on food security, agriculture, and water resources. Although the Glasgow and Dubai summits did not fully meet expectations, they underlined the urgency of finding solutions to climate crisis for well-being. Enacting a full system approach within climate strategies will undoubtedly take serious political will and also investment. Quite frankly, COP28 is a central step for food security. However, it is not possible to see it as a victory. It should be considered just a beginning. There is a lot of work that could be done, and we'll see the outcomes. I think next big COPs, COP30. Thank you for your listening, and maybe I can take questions.
Thank you so much for your beautiful, amazing, and informative presentation. Actually, the food security was a little like not similar to all countries, because until this time, maybe just last a few years, we were not aware, like awareness about what is the food security, because in our country we never get any threat like that. But this is now hot topic, and it's also really, really real next stress: food security and sustainable agriculture system. So it was really informative and insightful presentation for us. Maybe if we have time, we can take the question and the end of the presentations. So we will just give the floor or last esteemed panelist speakers. Dimitar Ivanov, senior expert from Bulgarian Diplomacy Institution.
Yes,
floors is yours, please.
hello everyone. I also have some small troubles with my camera, but nevertheless, I would like to thank Tespam for the kind invitation, and to again underline that we have a very fruitful cooperation in the last couple of months. Tespam was also part of our speaker panel during our energy and climate diplomacy seminar, which was held in Sofia a month ago. So I'm very happy to participate now as a contributor to this event. So my main takeaways would be concerning the expectations from COP28, and the key takeaways. Already we have underlined some achievements, and maybe some more ambitious targets being put forward. I would like firstly to say that maybe the main topic of the COP28 was the global stock take. As you know, every 5 years the United Nations makes assessment where the countries are in terms of their national determined contributions, meaning the decarbonization goals and their sustainability policies. So the last assessment showed that we are way off from reaching 1.2 degrees target. So we are currently between 2.4 and 2.6 degrees with the current policies. The good news is that comparing it to a decade ago, we were on track to approximately 4 degrees Celsius. So basically things have improved. However, much more needs to be done in order to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. That being said, the political debate around achieving this target is of great importance. And in this regard, there were quite big expectations regarding the language of the final communique and the final agreement after the conference. And it was already being said that phasing out, this term phasing out of fossil fuels was expected to be included. Although it wasn't, the final agreement text called for transitioning away from fossil fuels in the energy system in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. Now, such statement may appear maybe weak relative to the speed at which emissions must fall, and the formulation to call for or to call on the nations to do this may also be regarded as meager by standards of international diplomacy. What is important to underline is the word orderly, which is a reminder that of the need to anticipate the geopolitical and the economic risks that might lead to a more volatile transition. And it's the policymakers that can take steps to smooth this path to net zero. So the most notable also in the final agreement was the language that transition fuels can play a role in facilitating the energy transition, while at the same time ensuring energy security. So this phrase transition fuels was not defined, and it was intentionally not defined, while because it leaves some point to low carbon fuels like green hydrogen, while other countries will use this language to argue that natural gas has a role to play in the upcoming decade as a bridge fuel, particularly in developing and emerging economies, and in certain sectors of the economy, such as heavy industry, where it is very hard for this sector of heavy industry, let's say production of steel, of aluminum, of iron, heavy duty transport. It is very hard to electrify those hard to abate sectors. So fuels, synthetic fuels, green hydrogen, but natural gas as well will be needed in order for these sectors to continue functioning. So this is when it comes to the global stocktake and so to say the ambitions to lower the emissions. For the first time, we are agreeing that we need to transition away. How, when, and at what speed is also a question for the next conferences. When it comes to finance, so the so-called loss and damage fund was established during the last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and it was really seen as a great success, and it was seen as a culmination of decades of pressure from climate vulnerable developing countries. But at the same time, some questions remain open. Which countries should be contributors and which countries should be beneficiaries, right? So how much money should be allocated, and in what form? Should it be credits? Should it be grants? There was also some propositions regarding the raising of debt. So if there are some developing countries that are indebted, their debt should be erased in order to save more money for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. What the developing countries also, let's say, put under critic was that some of this money come with high interest rates. So here the big question is, yes, money should be provided, but in what form, right? The other question regarding the finance aspect was where should the fund be located? It seems that the fund should be located in the World Bank, which was not so much welcomed again by the developing countries. They wanted it to stay within the UNFCCC. Another very important aspect regarding the finance issue of those negotiations was that we work with let's say an old definition for a developing country. This definition was made back in 1992 when, for example, Singapore and South Korea were defined as a developing nations. Now they are one of the richest nations in the world, and we need to update our understanding which are actually developing nations and which nations back in 1994 were able to be now a developed nations and to be able to contribute in this financing. Of course, the role of China. China is also defined as a developing nation back in 1992. So the role of China is also needs to be addressed, and this question remains open. China sees itself still and prefers to see itself as a developing country, and it prefers to maintain this, so to say, dialogue south to south. It adopts its own national programs that are sometimes not part of some multilateral agreements, but nevertheless it shows that it is able to succeed in its goals, the goals it pursues. When it comes to mitigation and adaptation, you know that there was a pledge to donate about $100 billion each year until 2020. It was negotiated during the summit in Paris. This goal was actually not achieved, and in the last COP, even the last COP did not achieve this goal. The sum was about $87 billion. But here, this number, so to say, is not relevant anymore, because estimates suggest that by 2030, developing countries will need $1 trillion every year, and from 2025, when a new number, so to say, for mitigation and adaptation needs to be agreed. This $100 billion every year, which needs to be addressed and donated to the developing countries, needs to be updated, and negotiations will be tough. When it comes to adaptation, in 2019, it was negotiated that $20 billion will be devoted to adaptation. During COP26 in Glasgow, this number was doubled, but estimates show that by 2030, the number goes from 260 to 340 billion dollars each year. So here again, the question remains open: who, how, and how much should be paid in the future. So this was so to say the finance point of the negotiations. Last but not least, we should not forget that how the geopolitics impact the course of actions during COP28. It should be noted that what we are witnessing are trade tensions, which would likely become part of the energy transition. And here, the relationship between US and China is of a crucial importance in moving forward with the mitigation, adaptation, finance issues. The climate topic is seen as, let's say, a reliable way for the two countries to have a positive dialogue. But on the other hand, we see that the Inflation Reduction Act, the US, so to say, main legislative act for addressing the energy transition and the new coming of the Industry 4.0, and the 14th five-year plan of the Chinese Communist Party come into clash with each other. And here, the role of China in the upcoming energy transition is crucial. China is having a control over the production and processing of energy transition materials and minerals, which actually exceeds that exerted by oil and gas producing nations by a factor of 9 to 1. So you can imagine the enormous role China is playing when it comes to green technologies, production and processing of minerals. And this is an example for let's say when it comes to lithium, about 60% of the global refining is dominated by China. When it comes to nickel, it's 35%. Rare earth metals, it's about 90%, and cobalt, which is, those are metals and minerals that, which are crucial in the value chains of the energy transition. So China accounts for, let's say, from 35 to 90% of these really essential commodities. Beijing also accounts for more than half of the global battery market, as well as the half of global EV manufacturing. So electric vehicles and electrification of transport is a very crucial topic, and China is again a leading player in this regard. The country is also key producer of steel, aluminum, zinc, and it has quite large activities in countries like Democratic Republic of Congo, where we have many cobalt mines, in Indonesia, where we have nickel mines. All in all, this shows that the role of China in the future reconfiguration, let's say, of how our energy system and, in this regard, our economic relations will unfold. In addition, wars in the Middle East and Ukraine are adding more pressure to the efforts to decarbonize our economy. We have been witnessing record levels of coal usage back in 2022 as a result of the energy crisis and the skyrocketing prices of natural gas. Extreme volatility in energy markets during the global energy crisis has highlighted the importance of affordable, reliable, and resilient supply of energy, especially in price-sensitive developing economies that see the largest increase in demand for energy services. And if the climate ambition comes into tension with energy reliability or affordability, or the security of energy supplies, climate ambition most likely is going to lose, because we should always be reminding ourselves that the energy trilemma consists not only of sustainability, but affordability and security as well, which means that the energy transition and the policies related with it should take into account all these three aspects. And this is going back to what was in an orderly, just, and equitable manner. Is the last point I would like to maybe to focus on are some details which I would like to show as slides. So this is basically the history, let's say, of our current energy transition, because we during the decades, and not only decades, but in the last 200 and more than 200 years, we have gone through 4 energy transitions. Right, so from wood we started using coal, then we started using oil, then natural gas. but what we should know that is that energy transitions take a lot of time. So you can see here that it took coal about 50 years to take about 40% of the global supply of energy. So from 1840 to 1890. Then it took this was the first energy transition. Then it took crude oil about 50 years to provide 30% of the global energy supply. So from 1915 to about 1965. And you see that even though we are adding new energy sources, the old energy sources, for example, coal, crude oil, remaining in our energy mix. And we see here in 2050, the share of modern renewables was about 5%. Now it's about 8 or 9%. And you see that that there is much way to go in order to reach 100% share of renewables in our energy system. And this is also a very nice picture how we are adding new energy sources throughout the years when it comes to these transitions. Now this transition, the current fourth transition, is different because our goal is to get rid of all fossil fuels here, which represent about 80% of our energy mix, and to replace them with mainly wind and solar, which is this green line over here, and maybe nuclear, biofuels, synthetic fuels. Of course, this is statistic from 2015. This green bar is a little bit larger, so to say. But nevertheless, we see that currently our world, our energy world, is still dominated mainly by fossil fuels. Here, what I said about China is that really China is the leader. Maybe it's a question or a statement, I don't know. A leader in green technologies. You can see here in light blue the share of producing these minerals and metals. I already shared some thoughts about. You see that the Chinese share in many cases exceeds 50% when it comes to copper, aluminum, raw steel, let's say cobalt, lithium, etc. And my last point is maybe the biggest challenge, which is the interrelation between energy use per person and GDP per capita. Our main goal is that our country should be still growing, so the GDP should be still growing, the economy should expand, but our energy usage should be falling, preferably or should be replaced with renewables. In other words, the more energy a given country uses, and you can see here that in the top right corner are the developed countries like Canada, like Japan. Those are countries that have the most energy usage per capita, and the least developed countries are those that have less usage of energy per capita. So the GDP growth is still very much intertwined with energy usage, and it would be very challenging to meet the demand for energy, especially when it comes to the developing countries, with only renewable energy. And this brings me back to this transition fuel, such as natural gas, which would be mainly used by countries, let's say, in Asia and Africa. With those points, I would like to to finish my short intervention and give the floor back to our moderator.
Thank you so much for this enlightening presentation. It was short, but we talked about many main points about the geopolitical effects of it and China's main role and developed and developed country difference and how it's affecting on this climate and energy. There was many enlightened point that you give us with briefly and with really good presentation. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, is there any questions from our virtual audience? We can take it. We have still a short time, like 10 minutes. Then I will have one question to Dr. Bige Çağatay. And I would like to ask you, we talked about COP27, COP28 differences and comparing them about fulfilling their agreements or promises on the many things that they are going on at the procedures of the official procedures. So what's your estimation for COP29? Do you think that the things we give to us as a hope on the table will be implemented, will be able to apply on the real world? And what do you think about the Turkish profile and this COP29, for example? Do you think that Turkey will be ready to adaptation for COP29 and will be like an important profile for this kind of the summits or this kind of the decisions? I just wanted to know your opinion about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mentioned before that I'm very pessimistic about these issues, both on the Turkey side and on the global view. But for example, maybe I can start with what I'm expecting from COP29. I'm expecting for the 29 to implement basic issues, especially for the technological and the other supportive issues from the developed countries. Because we need this. Turkey, you know that the president of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is insisting on to make the presidency of COP30 or the coming COPs. So we think that we are ready for the climate change, but I guess there's two different perspectives here. The business, the businessmen and the entrepreneurs in Turkey, especially, they are so efficient and dynamic. I know this exactly because we have lots of communication and connection with these people. We are talking and discussing the issues. They are ready. They are flexible to invest, but they need a path that is shown by the government and public side. And we need public support on this position. So that means this should be, first of all, start with the national level. On the second, it should be coming from the international level. For example, as Dimitar mentioned, that there's problems on the energy side, especially for the consumption of the energy per person. We know that. But I just give the estimations of the population for European Union. That's very small amount of part of the population, because we know that the highest population is going to belong in 2030 in the Asia side and Africa side. So nearly more than 60% of the population is going to be in the Asia and Africa. So there are lots of problems in Africa. In the last sections from Italy, Fabio mentioned there are problems in the sub-Saharan Africa. There are 48 different countries, and some of them producing oil, for example, Nigeria. And there are lots of the catastrophic and social problems there. We should solve and invest also these areas. And I mentioned that there's a huge international conflict between, for example, the Italy, Germany also have investment in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, but also China has some investment also in the energy sector and on the other areas. Turkey also has investments. We know that there are a close relationship with the Somalia and also Senegal, and we have some social relationship because of the Muslim relationship. But Turkey totally, if I want to sum up, the businessmen and entrepreneurs is ready, but we need support on the national and international level. And of course, I'm saying that the EU is giving all the time some kind of obstacles. For example, the carbon emission adjustment mechanism is a kind of import tariff. And it is going to affect the Turkish exports and imports at the same time. Yes, we know that after 2018 in the international relations, we have lots of theoretical background, realism, and nationalism, but we are just experiencing a nationalist policies. And we just experience because of the trade war between the United States and China, but it is affecting to always the protecting the borders. This is not enough for us. Maybe the support of the international level will be helpful for both Turkey and for developing countries. That's all I can mention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Bilge Çağatay. And thank you for participation or panel and enlightening us for this topic. Thank you so much. And I want to ask another question for Dr. Sezgin Ba, Associate Professor Dr. Sezgin Ba. Actually, like food security is one of the hot topic in the world, but as I told, in our country, it is not taking too much attention. Maybe we are still not seeing and considering it as a threat, but thanks to God that after some like sad issues happen in the world, and we started to think about the food as like a diplomacy tool, as a war tool, as a weapon, which you can use on a diplomatic table. So what do you think about this after this COP28? What kind of the measures can be taken by countries, or maybe specifically when you think about the Turkey, how we can adapt these measures or policies and can take more important on it. So I wanted to ask you, or do you think that Turkey or other countries like Turkey is ready for this kind of applications and implement about the food security or sustainable agriculture implementation? So I just wanted to know your opinion about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatma. It's a good question for me. I think there are two types of perspective to food security. The developing countries think that there is no food security threat for them. There is a food safety threat for them. What is they are eating in it? They eat good and healthy food. So there is no availability problem issue. However, in less developing countries, there is an availability problem plus accessibility problem as well. So I think the developing countries help the other countries about agriculture and about to guarantee food security. It also needs public support and also innovative food systems to promote activities which increases income of farmers. So maybe they can help and by the way, they can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by new sustainable agricultural techniques. However, there is an important thing for Turkey that is called self-sufficiency. As Bilge Hoca mentioned us that 8 million no, 89 million people are expected for the population. So we have to feed ourselves, not belonging anywhere. So Turkey should reduce its plans, or should develop new food security plans in terms of maybe fifth development plans in it. And all of the world have to take this issue seriously, because when people hurt something, when something hurts the people, then they got it seriously, like COVID. When we face to hunger, then we take it seriously. However, it's no time to wait it. So I think food security should be on the top of the agenda. And you mentioned it can be used for the instrument of the wars. We saw that at the prior times. So I think the Ukraine war is important for it. The two big producers of wheat producers. Wheat is the basic stuff in agriculture. So I think we don't need to wait to become food insecurity to take it as a serious.
Thank you so much for your explanation. Thank you so much. And our last esteemed panelist, Dimitar Ivanov. Actually, your presentation, when I had a question in my mind, you were explaining it and you were questioning it with yourself and explaining it again. But actually, one point that took my attention, it's about the China roles on the world. You first talked about differences, maybe unfair implementation between developed country and undeveloping country, and some countries maybe applications or implementation was maybe bilateral or maybe hype crisis when it comes to applying or implementing it. And so it's also made an issues, maybe some undeveloping countries was making issues about that, about these policies. So do you think that China affection on this international level will open more obstacle or more gap between the developed and undeveloped countries to agree on the same board? That's what I wanted to ask. Do you think that China will close this gap between these two parts of the world, or China will open this gap with these two parts of the world to gain more side, maybe for itself? So I wanted to ask this question, if it is okay for you.
Yeah. It's very interesting question because after the war in Ukraine, we see this let's say wider divergence between the global north and the global south. Basically, when it comes even to food security, for example, food security has affected countries from the global south, which are not part of the, so to say, the war, haven't put any sanctions, let's say, on Russia. So basically, this divide north-south has been really one of the obstacles, maybe, which haven't attained more ambitious, let's say, final agreement after COP28. And here the role of China is very important, because as I already mentioned, China wants to be seen as part of the global South, and China is working as a let's say the alternative to the developed nations, but at the same time, thanks to China and its let's say in the last month there was meetings between President Xi and President Biden, and This shows that really, again, these multilateral fora are a nice nice format to bridge these differences. So it depends how far would these trade tensions go in time, because we are now very much using these terms of nearshoring or friendshoring. So we want to shorten our value chains and be less dependent on import of different technologies. But at the end, this decoupling will not happen so fast. Even though there are some plans, not only from the US side, but the EU has adopted its new Green Industry Act, which actually is it's one of its main goals is to attract some local production of these critical technologies. So for example, more patents to be produced in the EU, etc. And I think China should be of course playing so to say a bridge role between the developed countries and the developing countries. And in the next negotiations within COP, China's role will be very important when it comes to finance, whether China will actually join these financial mechanisms and be a financial contributor to this loss and damage fund, mitigation and adaptation. The other scenario is for China to take the so-called bilateral approach and approach different countries on a bilateral, let's say, methodology, and actually work its way out separately. But at the end, I remember in 2019 there was a very interesting article by Nature magazine. It was giving 4 scenarios how our energy transition will go. Would we let's say cooperate with one another, and basically our fossil fuel dependency will wane off, and more renewables will kick in? Will there be a technological breakthrough? Because our previous panelists touch upon the idea that technologies are going to play a huge role in creating, so to say, economy of scale in order for this transition to kick in faster and more efficient. So in other words, it's really we shouldn't be seeing the energy transition as a zero-sum game where someone wins and someone loses, but as an actually an opportunity to it sounds maybe idealistic, but to save our planet, because we already see that. For example, I'm here in Sofia. We're witnessing some holiday season without snow. We just stop thinking that during holidays we will have snow. So this is actually very important, that all of us should understand that the climate issue is something that we share, no matter when we produce these carbon emissions. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your in-depth explanation about this question. Thank you again. So we just finished our time. I want to thanks to all panelists to accepting our invitation and came to and show the contribution to our panel and enlighten us with amazing and with a really informative presentation. I wish you meet you again in another panel and with a more longer time. Thanks again, and I want to give the floor to our moderator for next panel. Thanks a lot for our panelists again. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Süreyya Hanım biz kaldık galiba. Ne yapıyoruz? Nasıl ilerliyoruz?
Evet hocam, siz direkt moderatörlüğünü yapabilirsiniz. Zafer Hoca yetişemiyor. Yani sona belki yetişecek.
Tamam. Konuşmacıları ben burada listeye bakıyorum ama hani herkes burada mı acaba bilmiyorum.
Herkes burada hocam. Bir
Bir
kişi
de
eksik.
başlayalım mı?
Evet evet, Ali Murat Becerikli hocamızdan başlıyoruz.
Tamam. Ee, Okay, there's an urgent issue. The moderator has changed. Now I'm your moderator for this section. We are going to conclude with this part, and we are going to talk about the topic of this session is what are the expectations for COP29. So I do want to give the floor to the first speaker, Ali Murat Becerikli. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for attending our forum.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce our studies at first. TESFAM has some events and some academic features inside. We prepare some projections other than various studies. So we follow the COPs for long years, and especially we focused on some topics. Every time the similar topics are in the window. In the last COP28 in Dubai, we saw that the last 2 days is extended for not making a decision on some issues. That is especially on the task that some hydrocarbon economy countries are trying to delay some targets on their hydrocarbon trade. And of course, these are all related with the projections because they have the resources and there is a market in the world. And in our test pump projections, we are preparing this since 2019. It is more reliable than the IEA projections and the BP projections as well. It was very similar with the OPEC one, that it demonstrates the hydrocarbon usage requirement will not be reduced till the 2050. This means that they don't need to make this much concern because if the COP meetings, this is the decision making of the countries, and all the countries come to a point, and then it goes forward. The hydrocarbon economies should not worry about it. So these scenarios, the projections, should be making them more comfortable if they want to proceed on the decision making together with them. So we saw this in the last 2 days of the latest COP. I should mention this issue because this is very important for the decision making, because these kind of international agreements are very important for the next 30 years. So I have a presentation to demonstrate what the ballots, what the outlines of the outcomes of last COP28 and what the expectations are. So I write those things collected from different sources and include our TESPAM view of the issue with our the last 1 year studies. Let me present it on the screen. Yeah. This is both Turkish and English side by side. The tripling renewable energy capacity is one of the major undertakings of this COP. We as Turkey are not ready to do this, but our targets are very ambitious at the moment, and every year we will make investment of 5,000 megawatts declared by the Ministry of Energy, and this is in the latest government documents. But this tripling renewable energy capacity is a really hard ambitious, because you need some equipment, and your equipment capacity is not meeting that. The current capacity for example, the solar is halfly used, it seems, but we know that the capacity declared for the manufacturing of the renewable equipment is some more than that they can do. So tripling the capacity needs triple equipment manufacturing as well, and uh, this target will make something very expensive on the renewable side. But on the energy efficiency side, there are more than 7,000 equipment. So this number of equipment is widely used in different issues. That's why the energy efficiency, doubling the energy efficiency could be achieved with some awareness campaigns and also some incentives. So this outline is a very hard to achieve. In fact, our way of thinking. But on the other hand, if they don't do this tripling, we cannot achieve the zero emission targets in 2050. Then another outcome, rapidly phasing down the unabated coal and limiting the permitting of new and unabated coal power generation. The coal power generation is in some part of the world, there are resources and it is cheap. So if there is no power generation in the region, or the economy is problematic, it's very hard to give up from the coal power generation. But with using some CCUS carbon capture equipment, it is applicable, especially in the EU. It has been studied since 10 years, and it's already financed by the European Union to its member countries to make some shifting from coal power to natural gas, maybe nuclear power as being the base load. So if there is no base load, we cannot install the renewables, most of the renewables, such as the solar PVs or the wind turbines. Another another outcome of the last week's decision is accelerating efforts globally towards net zero emissions. There are some efforts, of course, but they need to be accelerated. The utilizing zero and low carbon fuels well before or by around the mid-century, they wish. This is very wishful thinking. These accelerating efforts must be defined, in my opinion. Maybe in the next COP, these definitions will be more clear. So these acceleration efforts will be worldwide applicable issue. Transitioning away from fossil fuels in our energy systems, it's another outcome. Beginning in this decade, in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, so as to achieve net zero by 2015, keeping with science. In shortly, we say that the technological issues are not developed or spread it on the implementation side, especially this carbon capture and hydrogen production. It is required to spread this technology because this is somehow a rare technology. If for example, in the carbon capture, you need to store it in some other technology, and on the other hand, you need to transport it. These studies are ongoing, but it's very rare. It's not a market based issue, so it's still extremely expensive, and the capacities are very low at the moment. So the technology in the energy systems should be supporting should be supported to transitioning away from fossil fuels. Accelerating zero and low emissions technologies, including renewables, nuclear abatement, and removal technologies, such as carbon capture, as we mentioned. But on the other hand, this nuclear issue is very productive. Since 2015, the International Atomic Energy Agency has many task force study groups to prepare the required regulations. The third task force has not completed their work already, but the fourth one has already started, despite the third one didn't complete it. They started with the outcomes of the third one, but the third one is ongoing, their studies. So the SMR in the picture worldwide, because the conventional nuclear power plant is containing some environmental problems on the other hand. But the SMRs can be controlled easily and maybe manufactured in a very continuous way. So it makes SMRs to take into the picture in a quick period. So the private sector can be in the picture in the nuclear power plant in the next coming future. But first of all, the regulations on the safeguards must be studied very well, because there is 70 different designs in the picture already, and most of them are declared that they are ready to operate them. Most of them are ready to operate them. So in some point, the conventional nuclear power plants are estimated as 6 years, but it's never come to in life in that short period. Generally, it's about 10 years to take it in the operation from the decision period. But the SMRs can be applied in 2 years. So this is making advantages, and on the other side, the security and easy installation is another advantage of the SMRs. And these new technologies without any emissions must be in the picture as well. Accelerating and substantially reducing non-CO2 emissions, methane emissions globally. So these methane emissions, I will come this once more. It's already signed 150 countries agreed on it. In this COP28, 5 additional countries added to the picture. So it's about to come to a general approach. Due to the incentives provided for this investments, I think this is the motivation of the incentives, grants directly paid for the financial institutions as a sweetener to make the capacity of the finance to the methane emissions. Accelerating emissions reduction from road transport, arrange pathways including development of infrastructure and rapid deployment of zero emission vehicles is one of the other important issues, the transportation task is very emphasized in this COP28. But on the other hand, there are some problems in this issue. Now they are using the current infrastructure. So the infrastructure requirement is extreme for the electrical cars, maybe for the professional commercial vehicles and the public vehicles. Public transportation must be taken into account at the initial stage instead of individuals vehicles transition to electrical cars. So this needs some more focus on it, and it's some expensive issue to do this. On the other hand, the electric used in the transport to reduce the emissions should be generated from renewables to achieve this. And also, on the other hand, the hydrogen is in the picture. That hydrogen should be produced from renewables as green hydrogen or from natural gas as a blue hydrogen to achieve these zero emission vehicles. Phasing out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that do not address energy poverty or just transition. It's some issue to discuss on it. The fossil fuel subsidies are very important for the economies, but on the other hand, this fossil fuel issue should not be taken into account as the major problem of the climate change. There are some notes in Turkish, but I have taken to give you as a view. There are some. There is especially this Altera fund for the climate change is announced about $30 billion US, and this will be focusing on the scaling of some different solutions on the climate change. The renewable capacities, it is accepted about 100 countries, but Turkey not. On the other hand, the United Arab Emirates has declared a global climate finance framework on this at this COP. I'm trying to remind these issues. Maybe you know some of them or all of them, but to come to a point, what we are expecting, I give some hints. There are 22 countries in the nuclear power plant to be called to increase it to triple it till 2050. And the Glasgow issue, it must be a target checking meeting in this 28th one regarding the Glasgow COP. This absence of some countries has joined this, like United States, Czechia, and Dominic for the coal power plants, reduction of the coal. 123 countries they signed a health and climate declaration. Some World Bank will deploy their finance at least 45% to the climate projects. So World Bank give a commitment on financing using their global finance for the climate issues. As you remember, the European Investment Bank make a conversion and make a transition itself and became the climate bank of European Union and also the some of the other world countries. More than 60 countries have signed a commitment on the global cooling. So they will reduce the emission 68% coming from the cooling equipment. Global oil and gas production, some companies, 50 companies.
Değerli Murat Hocam,
Yeah.
yavaş yavaş toparlayabilir miyiz?
Hocam yok, daha yeni gelmedik expectation'a. Yani
Öyle mi?
anlatmamız lazım.
Tamam peki hocam.
Müsaade ederseniz tabii.
Tabii hocam, sadece bayağı uzayacak, yarım saat oluyor
Tamam.
çünkü. Yani sizlerin takdiri.
Tamam peki.
Hocam başka konuşmacılarımız da var. Toparlarsanız iyi olur.
Evet, ama kendi hazırladığımız bir etkinlik olduğu için biraz geniş kapsamlı
Tamam peki.
istiyoruz. Çünkü bu COP28 idi ve biz davet ettik. COP29 Bakü, Azerbaycan'da yapılacak ve biz de bu etkinlikte önemli bir paydaş olarak yer alacağız. Oradan hazırlıkları biraz başlatalım diye detaylı anlatıyorum. Bir de COP28'de ne oldu ne bitti biraz daha vurgulayalım ki bir sonraki çalışmada katılacak olan akademisyenleri belirlerken hani bunları bilen, dikkat eden, odaklanan kişilerden olsun. O yüzden biraz detaylı girdim gibi. Biraz hızlı geçeyim şuraları. E, e, yeah, sorry for interruption. I will going faster. The projections became extremely crucial. There are different projections, as I mentioned at the beginning. So one of them is telling 90% reduction, another one is telling 30% reduction. This is a huge gap in between these projections. So these projections are needed to be studied more and discussed more in the Baku. I think this must be a, an important issue because the assumptions should be discussed at least one day study, in my opinion, in the 29th COP meetings. So as today's meetings in the morning, we also see that the water is the most crucial issue because this climate will be problematic, especially in the water issues, because it has already been started since 2005, and our hydro power stations are reducing their capacity day by day, and we are providing the hybrid installations on them. The forest issue is another important issue to slow down the CO2 emissions increasing, because the CO2 emissions will not reduce in a short period, and the forest should take time to be beneficial for the CO2 emissions. So the forest must be the major concern to be studied on and financed on. And both this water problem and the soil heat, as discussed in the previous panels, the food problem will become a major problem, and so that the migration will be another major problem. Mobility, as I discussed this previously, the transportation issue must be focused on as for the public transportation mostly, and it must be incentivized and supported by all the governments. Renewable hydrogen can be transported 20% in portion of the current natural gas infrastructure. It means when you generate hydrogen, you can transport it from the current natural gas pipelines in the 20%. So transportation of the hydrogen will not be too much problematic if there is a pipeline. And our interconnections can also be developed, as we see in the ENTSOG studies, the European Union is most ready for the infrastructure, and Turkey will be also easy adapt itself to this study. So the natural gas economies will keep its importance in the economies of the hydrocarbon countries, and also the power generation issues to enhance the capacity of the renewables. Another issue is this board of the loss and damage fund should be discussed in the COP29 in the Baku, because this is announced and some portion of million US dollars collected already, committed in at least some countries. But the previous studies of the COP, the finance is always discussed, but there is no solution provided during the COP meetings. All the world is expecting this kind of funds to be structured in this COP29. And on the other hand, there are some negotiations on the roadmap issues. There must be a clear roadmap to increase the finance. There are some case studies already presented in the previous COPs, but none of them is providing ready to finance case studies. Some case studies should be picked and packed in itself together with the EPC finance. In that case, the UN should approve the projects at the very beginning of the application, and the investors will see that if they do some investment in a packet way, this application, at least most of the financial requirement will be ready, and they will not be questioned. And although there are many other financial institutions as intermediaries, they don't need to question everything from the very beginning. And there must be a roadmap discussion in the 29th of COP. It's very for sure. And all the countries should incorporate for the food and food systems. This is very crucial, and especially for the agricultural sites, the combination of the efficient energy use and also the renewable energy implementation altogether should be packed in different applications. We know there are many researches made, and we have the numbers how to do this agriculture and energy power generation at the same time. So this must be packed, and so that the agricultural fields must be supported by this way. Another issue, there are many grants and billions or something everyone is discussing, but this, as we see in the methane support, this one becomes a very important role to make 155 countries to sign this commitment. So we think that this modality for the mid-cap size of the countries, not for the US mid-cap size, but the average mid-cap size. What I mean, the less than 1 billion companies, more than 10 million US dollar companies should be in the picture, because huge companies are expected to do some investment, because the banking officials don't want to be busy with many transactions at the same time. So they prefer the big portions, but this is because of the laziness of the intermediary banks to mobilize those climate funds. So that's why the last year and this year there is not enough implementation on the financial side to facilitate all the CO2 mitigation investments. So I try to pack myself at the last few minutes. I thank you very much and give the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Becerikli, for your contribution and evaluation. So we are turning back to Sahar Zeki Kabel from Assam. Is he here? Sahar Zeki?
Burada hocam, evet.
Okay, we are waiting for him.
Hello, salam alaikum.
Sorry. No, he, she, sorry. Sahar. Okay.
Evet.
Yeah, you're welcome to our forum. Please,
Thank you very much.
we are out of time and floor is yours. Thank you very much for attending our forum. Please start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Salam alaikum. Thank you very much for you. And I am happy to share with you. I need to share my screen. It is ready. I need to share my screen. Can you hear me?
You can share now because it is now available.
Evet, tamam.
The screen.
Tamam. What was changed from COP27 to COP28? Pardon. COP is the abbreviation for the United Nations Climate Change Conference, which is the supreme body of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, consisting of representatives from every country that has signed to Paris Agreement and who meet every year. The goal is to reduce the use of fossil fuels such as coal, petroleum, and natural gas. Fossil fuels are characterized by their high energy density and easy of transport and storage. By treating them petrochemically, different types of them can be obtained, especially from liquid and gaseous fossil fuels, from which fuel is extracted for various uses in engines, aircraft, and ships after the necessary petrochemical treatment, in addition to generating electricity. One of the disadvantages of using fossil energy is the combustion of fossil fuels, which is a factor in air pollution and causing global warming, which in turn results from gases that envelop the airspace and prevent heat reflection from the Earth from being transmitted outside the planet, which causes a rise in Earth's temperature and increases the desertification and drought. Renewable energy does not run out over a long period of time when used, such as solar energy, wind energy, and hydro power. Fossil power plants are increasingly declining in the face of expanding investment in renewable energies, and therefore companies may be forced to close fossil and nuclear power plants in the future. Climate Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, COP27, UN Secretary General Guterres said there must be a historic agreement between developed and emerging economies, one in which developed countries fulfill the commitments they made in Paris to reduce emissions in line with the 1.5-degree target. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak stated that Russia's war in Ukraine had consequences for energy supplies and the need to end our dependence on fossil fuels. Among the unfulfilled promises is the pledge of developed countries to raise their aid to developing countries to $100 billion annually, starting from 2020, in order to reduce emissions and confront the repercussions of climate change. The Sharm el-Sheikh summit proposed allocating financial compensation for losses and damages caused to poor countries due to climate change, in light of the rejection of this request by rich countries. COP28 participants in the United Nations Climate Change Conference agreed to begin reducing global consumption of fossil fuels to avoid the bad consequences of climate change in the first agreement of its kind. Representatives of nearly 200 countries in Dubai, after arduous negotiations, delivered a message to investors and policymakers that the world is united in wanting to stop using fossil fuels. The head of the COP28 conference, Sultan Al Jaber, described the agreement as historic, but added that its real success will be in its implementation. More than 100 countries pressed for the inclusion of languages in COP28 agreement related to phasing out the use of the oil, gas, and coal, but they faced strong resistance from members of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, led by Saudi Arabia, who says that the world can reduce emissions without giving up about the specific fuel sources. The summit also called for the tripling global renewable energy capacity by 2030, accelerating efforts to reduce coal consumption and accelerating the use of the technologies such as carbon capture and storage that can transform sectors that are difficult to decarbonize to become clean. The goal of the Paris Agreement is to prevent global temperature from exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, as this is considered the upper limit to avoid the worst possible consequences of climate change. Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed also announced from the COP28 conference platform the establishment of $30 billion fund for climate solution worldwide, which is designed to bridge the climate financing gap and facilitate access to it at an appropriate cost. The fund also aims to stimulate the collection and investment of $250 billion by 2030. We cannot save a burning planet with a hose of fossil fuels, Guterres stated in his speech. He added, we will not reach the 1.5-degree limit of temperature rise unless we eventually stop burning fossil fuels, not reduce them. Between the COP28 and 27 summits, the goal of the climate summit is to get rid of the fossil fuels and rely on renewable energy. Work to prevent global temperatures from rising to 1.5 degrees, pay compensation to poor countries affected by climate change as recommended by COP27 summit. At the COP28 summit, the United Emirates pledged to create a $30 billion fund to limit climate change and reduce dependence on fossil fuels. An European plan to disengage from Russia. On Tuesday, May 31, 2022, European Union leaders approved the European Commission's $300 billion plan to replace Russian fossil fuels. The European Commission's plan, known as Repower EU, aims to end the dependence of Russian fossil fuels through joint purchases, secure gas supplies through better links, and generate huge investments in the renewable energy sources. The EU's share of Russia's fossil fuels exports was 30% for coal, 50% for crude oil, 70% for petroleum products, 80% for liquefied gas, and 90% for pipelines. The European Union decided to ban Russian coal share starting next August as the first measures against Russia's exports to fossil fuels. COP29 in Azerbaijan, will the goal be to emphasize the ban on the use of fossil fuels and the use of renewable energy as an alternative? Will gas exploration operation stop in the eastern Mediterranean, which may turn into a war zone as a result of competition between international companies working in the energy field? Will Europe get rid of the use of fossil fuels, and has Germany returned to using coal after the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline was blown up and Russian gas was cut off? Thank you for watching. تشكر إدرس. İzlediğiniz تشكر إدرس.
Ms. Deki, thank you very much. Biz teşekkür ederiz for your contributions and evaluations. So I want to use my time and just continue with Peter Cameron. Hi, we are so pleased to see you with us. Please, floor is yours, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you very, very much. I'm very delighted to be here. So this, yes, Peter Cameron, Energy Markets Global, and we're very delighted to be working with TESPAM as well. And we're also thinking about the next year's conference hosted by Azerbaijan, and we're looking forward to working together for that. So expectations for COP29. I have a presentation here. Let's try and share the screen. Screen share, here we are. This one. Okay. So I have I'll make some space on it. There we are. So that's okay. There are three things I think that are likely to be brought up at COP29. We've heard all about COP27 and COP28 in this very interesting conference. Now, I think three things: continuing role of gas, issues around access to finance, and the politics. There's going to be a lot of politics next year. The first one first, continuing role of gas. There's likely to be a tipping point coming for oil. Let's have a look at the next few slides and try and show what I mean. So this one. So we know historically, Nokia cells, this is an example that, Nokia had the more than 50% market share. And then when they lost the market for the new touchscreen mobile phones, and their market fell off, but it didn't slowly fall. You can see inside that circle there, it went from 40% to 10% in a matter of months, about 4 months. and from over 50% in 2007 to less than 5% in 2013. But you had the main fall within about 4 months. And then again, Kodak ignored digital cameras. And again, the collapse happened over a 3-year period. But the main fall, again, was just in a matter of months. And then my own experience from when I was corporate strategist and corporate planner at British Gas many, many years ago. As competition took over and the market price of gas, which is that grey and red dotted line in the screen in the picture at the top, it fell below the British Gas average purchase price on long-term contracts. So the market, so every therm of gas they were selling was bought for more than the sales price. And then market share fell from 90% to 5%. You're showing here 40%, so 4 months, but by 2 months later, it's down to 5%. British Gas lost 90% market share in 6 months. This is what I mean by a tipping point. That we, when the time is probably the tipping point is coming for oil. We're not sure exactly when that is when that will happen. It may well be later than many analysts think, but it's everyone agrees the tipping point is coming. When it does come, the change is likely to be quick. There will be a slow transition until you get to a certain level, and then the transition will happen very quickly. We can see here the very last slide. What's likely to drive that transition? Well, the prices. You can see here the red one, the biggest fall. The price of solar panels has been falling dramatically. So solar renewable energy is now competitive against traditional coal, gas, and oil. It will come to a certain point when this will be the cost and the availability will be enough, and then people will switch very quickly. And the last slide you can see here, 88% market share for electric vehicles to Norway. That's the sort of transition we could expect to happen around the world at some point. So this is what I mean by tipping point. But that's for oil. Gas is very different. There's likely to be a long, long transition for gas. The European Union has recognized gas as a renewable energy. It's certainly sustainable. Test pan scenarios, BP as well, produce scenarios, and the test pan scenario for 2100 is that gas demand stays high. It's not less than it is today. So for the rest of this century, the gas market will remain robust. Gas is needed as the transition. It's recognized by companies, by institutions, but most of all by the developing world. So that this growth in gas demand is not going to come from the United States, which has its own shale gas. The US has lots of gas and is a gas exporter. It's not going to come from the European Union, which, although Europe is in tumult still at the moment, trying to transition away from Russian gas. But this is displacement. It's replacing Russian gas with whatever they can find from somewhere else. But the total market for gas has been slowly falling, and it's expected to continue to slowly fall. So where's the growth? And that's developing countries. We've heard some other speakers. It's Africa, Middle East, the Far East. These are countries where the growth is. And if you look here, we've seen this slide already. Mr. Dmitry Ivanov a little while ago puts up a very similar slide to this one. And you can see the top right, where the high emissions and high developed economies, and then poor countries with few emissions. A lot of them in Africa. And I've spoken to, I work a lot in Africa, and I've spoken to policymakers, and they are absolutely clear they're not going to let a Western agenda of climate change interfere with their wish to progress. Africa produces 2% of global emissions, and African policymakers say we don't cause the problem, and we're not going to let you stop us develop. Now with new technology, particularly floating storage and regasification units, basically this is liquefied natural gas regasification. You can put it on a boat. Instead of billions of dollars for regasification, you can do it for 50 million. This makes gas very available to the poorest countries, and they are taking advantage of this, and they will do. So expect considerable growth in gas demand from developing countries, Africa, Asia, Middle East. Middle East itself, not just oil and gas exporters, but Middle Eastern countries as consumers. We already see this in Dubai. It's a big consumer importer of gas, and we will see this increasingly throughout other parts of the Middle East. So that's the future for gas. Growing markets in developing countries, and emissions. So China's the big one, but we're not here to pick on China. India is growing. India, you could imagine, in 5 years will be where China is now. United States is the other big annual CO2 emitter, but it's turned the corner, it's falling. So we should see, while there are moves in the developed world, increasing gas usage and from other fossil fuels, coal and oil, increasing emissions from developing countries. So that's and you can see here China the biggest emitter, but as emissions per person, it's not so much compared with USA, Australia, Canada, and there's Saudi Arabia, the top highest emissions per person. And India further down. So these are countries that are going to be increasing their economic development and increasing their emissions, we would imagine. And they're not going to let closing of fossil fuels get in their way. And of those fossil fuels, gas is the best one, fewest emissions, and it has the future. So expect to see a strong future for gas. So let's back to here. What have we got? So what is the fossil fuels industry going to be doing? I would imagine I would expect to hear a lot about this in COP29. Pushback from developing countries saying we're not going to let the West stop us using gas for growth. There will be continued push on fossil fuel companies, the oil majors, to cut out fossil fuels, and I think the reaction to that is likely to be a move away from this net zero approach of offsetting emissions, moving towards total zero. As somebody said to me the other day, absolute zero. We don't mean absolute zero minus 300 degrees or whatever it is. Total zero, the drive towards eliminating emissions along the entire value chain for oil, for fossil fuel production, from exploration, production, transport, distribution, and most of the emissions actually at the end user level. So energy efficiency at the end user level, but totally eliminating emissions all along the fossil fuels value chain. That, I would imagine, is something that's likely to be going up the agenda. Access to developing world growth, we've talked about. Access to finance is a second issue. Investment for carbon capture, that's part of the total zero. And access for and for finance as well, access to most of the access to project finance. Sorry, that's what I'm getting towards. Project finance, the energy transition is going to be implemented by the private sector. by large and small private sector organizations and companies implementing energy transition projects. And I think there was a lot on this in COP28 and there was in COP27. And I think there will be increasing drive towards increasing access to project finance in COP29. The other side of this is the transfers from developed world to developing countries to mitigate the effects of climate change and to pay for their transition. There has, of course, been some pushback as the levels of funding called for are more than the West is prepared to pay, particularly with the threat of recession and budget deficits and government debts all over the developed world. Nevertheless, I think there's likely to be continuing drive towards transfers towards developing country and access to project finance for making the transition. And particular projects, hydrogen is growing in interest, and carbon capture. So then that's 2 points: continuing role of gas, access to finance, and I think the other thing, go on to the last slide here, is this one, politics. 2024 is going to see the biggest political movement ever in the whole history of the human race. More people will be voting in national elections next year than has ever happened before. 40% of the world, or something like, no, more than 50% of the world, and something like 4 billion people will hold national elections, including United States, UK, the EU, Belgium, many other countries, Russia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Mexico, South Africa. The world, you'll see I've written there, the world is likely to be moving to the right. We've seen the elections in the Netherlands recently, the rise of the push in France with the right pushing, and then US elections. Of course, we have no idea who is going to win next year, Democrats or Republicans. I would imagine, as a non-expert a long way away, it's probably 50-50, whether it's Democrat or Republican. And it's probably 50-50 whether it's Biden or someone else, or Donald Trump or someone else. But we can say that there is at least a 50% chance, there is a 100% chance there will be a new US president at COP29, and a 50% chance that he will have a very different agenda. What's it? Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the Republican contenders, he said climate change is a con. It's nothing to do with the climate. It's all about China. Now that's someone with a good chance of becoming US president. He says that climate change doesn't exist. It's all a politics by China. So whatever happens, the world is moving right, I think, and we're likely to get a pushback against the renewable energies and the climate change agenda as it is at the moment. So we are likely to see a period of retrenchment away from moves to mitigate climate change, a political pushback. We're likely to see rising costs as well of key transition minerals, copper, lithium, and so on. Commodity traders tell me they are preparing for massive increases in the prices of critical minerals over probably 2 to 5 years. There will be a period of limited access to critical minerals, rising costs, and of course this will be increasing costs of renewable energy and a retrenchment. So you've got rising costs and a political pushback at the same time. This does not mean the end of climate change mitigation, but I would imagine in COP29 we're starting to see a significant pushback against that. which may last something up to 2 to 5 years. Any market is bound to see periods of growth and periods of pullback before gathering strength for new growth. And I think we're likely to be seeing that, a period of a pullback. And this is probably like to be quite a main item at COP29, a political pushback. Okay, some controversial thoughts there, I expect, but those are my thoughts of what is likely to happen at COP29. Looks like my. Thank you very much. My camera seems to have gone off. I hope everybody saw my slides.
Yeah, we see all of the slides. Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Cameron. This is a very interesting presentation, and there are lots of contribution to us because very interesting comparison between Kodak and Nokia. I remember in 2000 I have a Nokia phone, but now I change it as Samsung. So everything is changing, yes. But there is an insisting on using the petroleum products and natural gas, I guess. And also you have a great perspective, and you explain the different aspects, what we should expect from the COP29 as including the national elections and the US presidency. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have
frozen. Please forgive that.
Sorry. Is there any contribution? Okay. We will continue with Mr. Ramil Hussein from the Center for Analysis of Economic Reforms and Communication. Mr. Hussein, floor is yours. Thank you for your attending our forum.
Sorry, 1 minute. Just open my. Thank you very much. Bakıdan hər birinizi salamlayıram. Düşünürəm ki, mən sonuncuyam elə. Onun üçün də COP29, COP29 Bakıda keçirildiyi üçün Azəri türkçəsində, Anadolu türkçəsində konuşum. It would be better for me. Və Azərbaycan son 9 ayda COP29-un Bakıda keçirilməsi üçün çalışırdı və bu çalışmalar sonuç verdi. Və özəlliklə də Azərbaycanın müttəfiq dövlətləri bu konuda Azərbaycanı dəstəklədilər və Avropa və Güney Qafqazdakı ölkələr ən sonuncu olaraq Ermənistanla Azərbaycan bu sorunları çözdü. Bildiyimiz kimi ondan sonra COP29-un Bakıda keçirilməsi kararlaşdırıldı və Azərbaycanın COP29-dan gözləntiləri çox böyükdür. Petrol və qaz ürətən bir ölkə kimi son illər Azərbaycan özəlliklə yeşil energiya və bərpa olunan energiya çox böyük sərmayələr yatırmağa başlamış və bu baxımdan da Azərbaycanın COP29 və ondan sonraki dönəm üçündə hədəfləri və gözləntiləri var və Azərbaycanın burada kazanımları da olacaq. Aynı zamanda Azərbaycan ekoloji alanda bir çox atılımlar yapmağı hədəfləyir. Öncədən bir önəmli məqamı qeyd edim ki, Azərbaycan 2030-cu ilə kimi 7 gigavat toplam olmaqla yaşıl bərpa olunan enerji potensialı yaratmağı hədəfləyir. Bu çox böyük hədəfdir və Azərbaycan bu baxımdan da petrol və qaz ürətən və ixrac edən bir ölkə olsa da, qlobal miqyasda daha çox bu hədəflərə öz töhfəsini verməyə çalışır və hədəfləri ondan ibarətdir. Aynı zamanda Azərbaycanın son 10 ildə bu yöndə çox böyük nailiyyətləri olmuşdur. Bir kaç faktoru qeyd etmək istəyirəm ki, Azərbaycan ilk olaraq enerji üretimini tabii qaza keçmiş. Şu anda Azərbaycan öz kəndi enerjisini qaz və yaşıl enerjiden əldə edir. Qarşıdakı müddətdə isə Azərbaycan enerji üretimində daha çox yaşıl enerjiyə, burada günəş və rüzgar enerjisinə fokuslanır və Azər dənizinin şu ana kimi Azərbaycan petrol və qazını ixrac edirsə, qarşıdakı müddətdə Azərbaycan Xəzər dənizinin yaşıl enerjisini ixrac etməyə hədəfləyir və COP29 katılımda da Azərbaycanın bu nüansları önə çəkilməlidir. Onu da qeyd edim ki, Azərbaycan Paris Anlaşmasını da imzalayan ölkələrdən biridir və 2030-a qədər bu alanda kəndi hədəfləri var və şu ana kimi bu hədəflərə 73% oranında Azərbaycan nail olmuş və 2030-cu ilə kimi yaşıl enerjiyə keçməklə Azərbaycan burada da öz qazanımları var və bir nüansda qeyd edim ki, Azərbaycan yaşıl enerjini tək ürətmək yox, həm də ixracını hədəfləyən bir ülkəyə çevrilmişdir və artıq Rumıniya, Macaristan, Gürcüstan, Azərbaycan, aynı zamanda Kazakistan və Özbəkistan da bu alana da bu anlaşmaya cəlb edilərək Avropaya Azərbaycan yaşıl enerji ixracını hədəfləyir və həm kəndinin enerji təhlükəsizliyinə, həm də Avropanın enerji təhlükəsizliyinə burada töhfə verir və qarşıdakı illərdə Azərbaycanın geliştirmeye çalıştığı bir sektör ise yaşıl hidrogendir. Bildiğimiz ki bununla bağlı Azerbaycan Mastar, Akvapol ve dahil olmakla birçok dünya çapında tanınan şirketlerle anlaşma imzalamış ve şu anda Mastar, Akvapol ve Azerbaycan'da bununla bağlı çalışmalara başlamış. Karşıdaki müddətdə Çin və bir kaç Avropa şirkəti Azərbaycanda yaşıl enerji alanında çalışacaqdır. Hatta Azərbaycanda şu ana kimi petrol üretimində yatırım qoyan BP şirkəti də Azərbaycanda yaşıl enerji, günəş enerjisi üretimi istiqamətində yatırımlar qoyur və Azərbaycan digər bir önemli nüans isə kendi ərazisinin 20%'ni, yəni işğaldan azad etdiyi Qarabağ bölgəsini yaşıl bölge elan etmiş və orada net zero emission hədəfləri var ki, Azərbaycan qarşıdakı illərdə buna nail olmaq istəyir. Bu baxımdan da Azərbaycan üçün çox önəmlidir ki, COP29 və ondan sonraki müddətdə yaşıl enerji ilə bağlı kəndi hədəflərin gerçəkləşdirsin. Doğrudur, bildiyimiz kimi bu çox böyük bir etkinlikdir. Azərbaycana ilk gözləntilərə görə 2024-cü ilin Kasım ayında 70-80 bin civarında da yabancı katılacaq belə bir etkinlik üçün də artıq Azərbaycan Cumhurbaşkanlığı tərəfindən ilk toplantı yapıldı və Azərbaycan qurumları bu COP29'un yüksək səviyyədə keçirilməsi yönündə çalışırlar və düşünürük ki, Azərbaycan öz tarixində ən böyük toplantılardan biri olan COP29'a ev sahibliği etməklə burada tək kəndi yox, həm də ki, Türk dövlətlərini təmsilən çıxış edəcəkdir və bu alanda da Türk dövlətlərinin də kəndi hədəfləri və kəndi gəlişdirmək istədiyi sektorlar var və bunlar da nəzərə alınacaqdır. Çünki Azərbaycanla yanaşı digər Türk dövlətləri də, məsələn, Kazakistan da daha çox petrol üreten ülkə, Türkmenistan kəndi qaz üreten ülkə, aynı zamanda yaşıl enerjinin gəlişiminə də töhfə verən ölkələrdir. Bu baxımından da burada qeyd edilməlidir və bir nüansı da qeyd edək ki, Azərbaycanın hədəflərinə nail olması yönündə, yəni burada söhbət yaşıl karbon emissiyası ilə bağlı gedir. Son yıllarda ciddi atılımlar olmuş və Azərbaycan bu baxımdan ciddi irəliləyişlər əldə etmişlər və Azərbaycan dövlətində hədəflərindən biri ondan ibarətdir ki, 2030 və 2040-2050-ci illərə kimi hədəf var. Bununla bağlı Azərbaycanın stratejisi də var və Azərbaycanın stratejisində yaşıl enerji məkanına çevrilməsi ölkənin hədəflənir və bu həm də o deməkdir ki, qarşıdakı illarda Azərbaycanda qaz və yaxud da digər fosil yakıtlarla çalışan enerji üretilmesi tədricən azaldılacaq və tüm enerji kendi kullanımında da yaşıl enerjiyə çevriləcəkdir. COP-la bağlı müzakirələr üçün isə ümidliyik ki, Türkiyədəki həmkarlarımızı da Kasım ayında Bakıda ağırlayacağıq və bu konu ilk müzakirədir və Azərbaycan bura katılmaqla, ev sahibliyi yapmaqla həm də ki, enerji konuları, yaşıl enerji, iqlim konuları daha çox ölkədə konuşulmağa başlayır və bu bizim üçün, bölgəmiz üçün də çox önəmlidir ki, doğrudur, Azərbaycanın ümumi atılımlarda payı 0,1 civarındadır. Çox kiçik bir payımız var, ölkə küçük, nüfuzu 10 milyon. Amma ki, bununla yanaşı Azərbaycan payı da daha azaltmağa və qarşıdakı yıllarda öz kendi sektorlarını geliştirməklə yanaşı iqlimə də töhfəsini vermək istəyir. Kısaca olaraq bu qədər. Hər hansı bir soru olarsa, böyük məmnuniyyətlə cavablandıra bilərəm Azərbaycan Bakı ilə bağlı və bu konuda. Çünki 15'te, 18-15'te bitim vaxtı göstərilmişdi. 18 Bakı zamanıyla saat 7'dir, 18-17'dir. Onun için çok da uzatmayarak teşekkür ederim. Hər hansı bir soru olsa böyük məmnuniyyətlə cavablandıraram.
Ramil Bey teşekkürler katılımınız için. Azerbaycan'ı da en içten duygularla tebrik ediyoruz. Böyle büyük bir organizasyona ve en önemli, en kritik dönemde ev sahipliği yaptığı için de başarıların devamını diliyoruz. İnşallah biz de elimizden gelen her türlü desteği ve katkıyı sunmak istiyoruz.
Tamamdır.
İnşallah, inşallah. Zaten biz her zaman Türkiye'den o desteği bekleyirik ve bu tek Azerbaycan'ın yok, Türk devletlerinin her birinin bir organizasyon olacak ve bağımsızlık tarihinde Azerbaycan'ın yaptığı en büyük organizasyonlardan biridir gerçekten. Çünkü 70-80 civarında bir katılımcının olacağı beklenilir ve Azerbaycan da kendi alanında bunun üst düzeyde yapılmasına çalışan bir.
Yani hem TESPAM olsun hem diğer beraber işbirliği yaptığımız üniversiteler olsun, akademi olsun ve sanayiyle birlikte tabii bütün Türkiye'de çok gelişmiş bir yenilenebilir enerji araştırması var, teknoloji geliştirmesi var vesaire. Bunlar hani gittikçe de gelişiyor. Dünyanın da bu en son alınan 3-4 gün önce alınan kararla 3 katına çıkarma yenilenebilir enerji diyor ama 2 katı da enerji verimliliğinde diyor. Şimdi bu taahhütlere hazırlık yapmak için de bir sanayinin de hazır olması lazım. Biz bunları hep beraber Azerbaycan'daki etkinlikte bir iklim etkinliğine dönüştürelim. Tabii doğalgazla ilgili de çok önemli çalışmalar. Sizin sunumda gördük. Yeşil enerji hattı özellikle güneş ışığından da faydalanabilir, değil mi? Hani oradaki
Evet,
zaman...
Azerbaycan güneş ve rüzgardan faydalanır. Artık Azerbaycan mega projeler gerçekleştirmek istəyir ki, Karadeniz'le Macaristana, Rumuniyaya, Serbiya və Bolqaristana iflas etsin.
Evet.
Karşıdaki çok uzun zaman yok. Hedefler 2030'cu yıladır artık bununla bağlı ve çok yatırımlar yapır. Özellikle de son 3 yılda Azerbaycan bu alana çok yatırımlar yaptır. Artık ilk güneşle çalışan stasyon kullanıma başladı ve sıra küləklə, rüzgarla çalışan istasyonlardadır. Çünki Hazar dənizinin çox böyük potensialı var bu yöndə. Azərbaycan buradan faydalanır. Aynı zamanda Azərbaycan kəndi ilə Qazakistanı Hazar dənizi ilə birləşdirmək istəyir. Və Qazakistanın Avropaya yaşıl hidrogen ixracına da Azərbaycan kəndi ərazisindən dəstək vermək istəyir. Çünki Qazakistanda da çox böyük belə projelər var ki, yeşil hidrogen üretip ve Avrupa'ya ihraç etsinler. Bu bakımdan da Azerbaycan öndedir.
Evet, bu büyük organizasyon için tekrar size iyi çalışmalar diliyoruz. İnşallah doğal gaz olsun, elektrik olsun, uluslararası enterkonnekte sistemine Her ne kadar Türkiye enterkonnekte değilse bile Türk şebekesi ve Türk mevzuatı enterkonnekte'ye uygun. Yani enterkonnekte ne demek? Avrupa'nın her tarafına en öbür ucuna kadar doğalgazı götürebilecek piyasa koşullarında, enerji borsasında hem elektriği hem doğalgazı ulaştırabilecek, satabilecek bir potansiyel var. Bunu biraz da hani e, aramızda çok şey yapmıyoruz ama hep bunu mümkün. Bunun mümkünlüğünü de biraz da COP29'da hep beraber sunarız diye özel bir çalışmayla, özel bir etkinlikle inşallah hayırlara vesile olur diye düşünüyorum. Yani bu etkinlik. Ben bu
İnşallah.
şekilde evet bu şekilde e,
Hocam geliyor Zafer Hocam. Bağlanıyor şu
geliyor,
anda.
geliyor mu? O zaman müsteşar rektör yardımcımız Zafer Hoca da yoldaydı, biraz gecikti. Birkaç dakikaya gelecek ama ben bu arada e, Peter'e de sormak istedim. Peter, could you e, could you reply these some questions of mine I have? Uh, what do you think about the LNG terminal? Because the European market is pipeline connected with pipelines, and they are going to reduce for the zero emission in use of natural gas. But on the other hand, we have an opportunity to provide hydrogen and also the next markets. And as you mentioned in your projections in our 2019 projection, TESPAM has studied an appendix of the India. And as you mentioned in your projection as well, the India has a very low in the per capita usage of emitting of CO2. So about 1 billion Indian are ready to access to natural gas, and on the other hand, they use the coal. Uh, so the market for the natural gas will be different than the previous one. Uh, what do you think about these new markets? New LNG terminal will be important in the next future for African countries as well,
Yeah.
including India.
Thank you. Yes, I think most of the gas growth that I talked about is going to be from LNG. I think there was a revolution in the LNG business around 2005 to 2015. That's when it started, and there's still further to go. Yeah, pipeline is a fairly basic technology. The idea of a pipeline has been around over 100 years, and you can make more efficient ones, bigger ones. But basically, the idea of a pipeline, the technology's already, it's there. But LNG, there are new things coming along. Floating liquefaction, mobile liquefaction, that you can put a gas an LNG liquefaction plant on the back of a lorry and take it far inland. You can have regasification plants at an industrial premises, just $2 million. It means all sorts of industries and countries can have it. So I think most of the gas growth will come from LNG around the world. Now, you talked about India. We've done quite a bit in India. We've spoken quite a bit with the former managing director of the Indian Gas Transmission Company, so we know something about their ideas. India would like to be moving more to gas and certainly has been promoting gas. But coal, of course, is very established in India, and Indian consumers, individuals or government organization ones, are very price sensitive. Coal, of course, is traditionally the least cost solution. The other thing is that India does not have indigenous gas. It would have to import it. There's been a lot of talk about TAPI. That's the Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India gas pipeline, which has been talked about for 1 or 2 generations, and it will probably continue to be talked about and not actually built. There are, of course, challenges of building a gas pipeline through Pakistan to India. Apart from the political challenges, Pakistan is itself a fast-growing gas-consuming market. They don't have enough of their own gas that they're producing, and they've taken to LNG. There are something like 6 LNG import terminals in Pakistan, and they're busy buying up gas from, I think they take it from Abu Dhabi. So India, they have import terminals, and that's the future. Bangladesh on the other side, there's a similar situation as Pakistan. They have their own domestic gas production, but it's not enough. So they're turning to imported LNG for the future of Bangladesh energy. So, and then Africa, yeah, the traditional thought from the LNG giants, the energy giants, Angola, Angola, Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, is that it's all gas for exports to European markets. Europe and South America pretty much are the only markets easily available to them. But in fact, the growth in the future, we should see within Africa. Nigeria has a gas plan. I know they have lots of plans. They have plans for gas-based industrialization. That is developing their gas resources to industrialize Nigeria. And its policymakers I've spoken to there is saying they will not put up with any truck from the West telling them to reduce fossil fuels. They want their gas to industrialize their country. So there's a big market within Nigeria, and then along the whole West African coast, yeah, the whole range of growing countries that need gas for their own internal development. So have I waffled on long enough to answer your question?
Yeah, so I mean, the Nigeria will not provide natural gas through Turkey anymore, or maybe.
Oh well, they're on train 7 in development. They've got 6 trains, which they're not meeting all their production because they're having trouble finding enough gas and getting it. So the problem with Nigeria is not finding the markets for it, but it's finding gas and getting it to their liquefaction plants. So we shall have to see if Turkey gets Nigerian gas or not. But certainly there's competition for them.
Okay. I thank you very much for all participants. Sahar Hanım, firstly, you are always with us in an event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter, as well. Mr. Hussein, Ramil Hussein, we thank you and congratulate your latest achievement. I thank all the participants and followers of TESPAM, and for this event, I especially thank Süreyya Hanım and in the name of Süreyya Hanım, the Istanbul Aydın University for this very affordable, basic but very beneficial event to be prepared together with us both days and nights and weekends. So I take this advantage to thank Zafer Hanım, to thank our cooperation for long years. We are cooperating with Istanbul Aydın University in the climate events. And our climate branch of TESPAM is the Istanbul Aydın University. Maybe we jointly prepare something in the COP29 in Baku to support Baku event. So I thank you very much and give the floor to Zafer Hanım for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Hocam. It was really great event with your kind helps. I'm extremely sorry to miss main parts because of another overlapping 2 issues, 2 meetings also our campus. And this is why, again, I'm in the car as occurred in early morning today. I'm so sorry, the traffic. You cannot imagine in Istanbul. Sorry for this, but as I heard from my colleagues, it was really very successful event, and it was really great to have this cooperation with you, with TESPAM, and we have this honor with us. So I would like to also have a small announcement, if you kind of let me, to share it with you. As probably you know, at the end of the February, this year, we have organized the 9th Eurasian Educational Summit together with Eurasian universities in Istanbul. So at the end of this event, this is related with internationalization and the training programs, and all the important issues with this matter have been discussed during the 3 days event, during the last 9 years, even during the pandemics. So we had this opportunity. In that event, at the end of this event, we tried to organize the ICC International Conference 2024 together with the Pakistani colleagues, universities, Istanbul Technical University. Our university is the hosted one, and we have a great opportunity. I hope we would like to invite all the delegates here today to share with us their extended experiences. So it's really great honor for us to host that event. We would like to circulate the first call in as soon as possible. So with this feeling, I'm so happy to have these great events. Thanks again, mainly to your organization, TESPAM, and also Oğuzhan Hocam, and also Murat Hocam, to you. And it was really great opportunity. We would like to continue for this sharing programs, and the problem is very serious indeed, and we should never forget about the awareness problem, and then we should have partnerships and cooperation and solidarity and sustainability. These are very, very important. And at least at the national level, with all academia and all government sector, we should do it. And then in global scale. Thank you very much. Thanks indeed for all efforts, especially to Vildan Hanım and Süreyya Hanım and all of you, all the delegates, participants, and panelists. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. I apologize again with this unexpected conditions. I'm really sorry to miss, but I would like to share the records, all the presentations with our early career students. They are so jealous. Some of them still try to follow this. And thanks again. Have a nice evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And goodbye. I'm closing the session. Thank you very much for participation once more.
Thank you. Thank you very much.